much. Ian, back to you and your team.
Great, thank you. Senator, I don't imagine we have any public comment, but if you'd like to invite public comment, we can get that out of the way.
I apologize. I don't have the agenda in front of me. So this is the time for anyone that may be joining us that wants to give public comment. If you are so inclined, please signal by starting your conversation or raising your hand, and we will recognize you.
I'll just note for the record that there's no members of the public here present with us today, and I'm not seeing anyone raise their hand. Virtually, that is.
Yes. All right. Thank you.
All right. So as Senator Brzezowski noted, we've got a lot of material to cover today. So let's just get started. Let's do that. So I'll go ahead and start with introductions. I'll introduce myself first. So I am Ian Davidson. I'm the Justice Reinvestment Program Manager with the Oregon Criminal Justice Commission. I'll be helping guide you all today as you consider the 33 applications before you and the 15 competitive applications that you'll be considering today. Next, I'll pass it over to Catherine.
Yeah, hello everyone. I'm Catherine Talon. I'm a research analyst here at CJC. I will be walking through the majority of the data slides today.
And I'm Avery Sorensen. I'm grant liaison. I'll be doing a lot of the behind the scenes today.
And Carrie Glazer, research analyst. I will be ready and back up in case there are questions that we need to go to the dashboard for.
Thanks, Carrie.
I'm Monica Benson. I'm also a research analyst, but I'll be doing some of the calculations for the competitive grant today for all those the funding, just to calculate what's going on in there. Nice to see you all.
And I'm Adeline. I am also part of the CJC, and I think I might come at this corner.
Yeah.
And I'm here mostly for moral support and to make sure lunch gets to you all.
Thanks, Adeline. Senator, would you like a round of introductions of the grant review committee members?
I don't think that's necessary. I think everyone knows each other. And I think they'd be more pressed to get going with the presentations and review.
So, Senator, we did just have a new committee member ask if we could do a round robin simply because they're new. Is that all right?
Absolutely.
Okay. In which case, Senator, could you kick us off?
I will. Floyd Brzezowski, State Senator, District 4. District 4 now includes a large portion of Eugene as well as all of Springfield and a very small portion rural area that's between the southern boundaries of Eugene down to Cottage Grove, but not including any of the city of Creswell or Cottage Grove. My primary assignment in the legislature is chairing Senate Judiciary Committee, and I'll pass it to, I can't tell from the screen who's up or next. So Ian, I'm going to ask you to kind of direct that.
Sure. In fact, District Attorney Perlow, do you mind introducing yourself? You can maybe go around the table and then.
I'm Patty Perlow, the Lane County District Attorney.
I'm Zan Otero, Benton County Commissioner.
I'm Charlie Conrad, State Representative for House District 12 in Lane County.
And then let's see here. We also have Sarah, if you're able to, could you introduce yourself?
Yes, good morning. Sarah Stewart, Kids First. We're the Children's Advocacy Center serving Lane County. Transferring from my phone to my computer now.
Great, thanks, Sarah. Justice James.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
We can.
Yes.
Great. Hi, my name is Bronson James. I'm an Associate Justice on the Oregon Supreme Court.
Thank you, Justice James. Lisa?
Yes, good morning, everybody. My name is Lisa Norton. I am Chief Administrative Officer. I'm trying to which hat do I wear? Chief Administrative Officer for the Confederated Tribes of Siletz, and also a newly appointed Criminal Justice Commission member, apparently.
Yes, we're very excited to have you on board. Neat Gallivan.
Hey, morning, everyone. The three hats that I wear, I think for this purpose is Washington County Community Corrections Director. I'm also the president of the Oregon Association of Community Corrections Directors, and currently the vice chair for the Alcohol and Drug Policy Commission, but only for 4 more months. So, but I think this role is for community corrections directors, right, Ian? Okay.
Yes. Thanks, Nate. And then I don't think these individual members are here, but I'll ask just in case. Matt Scales, actually, no, he confirmed that he would not be able to attend. Representative Krupp. And then Nicole Morrissey O'Donnell. Okay. And so that rounds out the membership. I'll once again share my slides just to quickly go over what I'll call the unique membership of the Grant Review Committee. So as you can tell, you all come from different walks of life that touch the criminal justice system, though not everyone has a vote. There are baked into House Bill 3194 that created the Justice Reinvestment Program. It identified who had a vote and who did not have a vote. The easiest way to think about it is that it's a branch of government issue, that anyone from the judicial or legislative branch does not have a vote. However, historically and by practice, and certainly baked into law, there is a presumption that you all have a voice. So even if you don't have a vote, you have a voice. So here is a quick agenda that we're looking at for today. Nothing too surprising at the beginning. We'll go over an overview of the program and your role as a committee member, and then we'll dive right into this wonderful stack of applications. We, as you may have seen from our both our agenda as well as some of the documents we sent to you, we have the counties grouped into different buckets, and so we'll review them one by the buckets. And then at some point we will hit lunch. And so as a reminder for those of you who are in person, if you haven't yet ordered lunch, let us know. We'll get you sorted away. Okay.
I did mine 2 minutes ago.
Perfect. As long as it's done before 10:15, it counts. And then we'll finish up our review of the formula grant applications, and then we'll move on to the competitive grant applications. So unless there's any questions, I'll dive right in. Okay. So this is really just a reminder for most of you, but the purpose of the Justice Reinvestment Program is to provide funding for counties to plan, implement, and expand initiatives that establish a process to assess individuals and provide continuum of community-based sanctions, services, and programs that are designed to do 2 things. The first is to reduce recidivism while protecting public safety and holding individuals accountable. And then the second is to reduce prison usage while protecting public safety and holding individuals accountable. So this is a slide that many of you have seen last time. So this is a crude depiction of the Justice Reinvestment Grant Program timeline. So broadly speaking, there are 2 different grant programs that you'll be reviewing today. It's the formula grant and the competitive grant. When we met on June 28th, you reviewed and provided feedback to the preliminary application. And then today, we will be looking at the key parts of the final application, though not each one of these pieces. So to maybe give some additional context. So this process really kicked off for the grantees back at the end of March when we released the solicitation, as well as we opened up the preliminary application program. And so this is a reflection of a change that we've made over the last few years where the grantees now have quite a bit more time than they used to have. The questions themselves were released on May 8th. And sorry, the questions for the final application were released May 8th. So at this point, they were still working on the preliminary application, but we let them know, hey, here are the questions we will ask you for the final, so you can think through that. At the end of May, the preliminary application was due. We all met on June 28th, and then we provided the feedback that you all came up with on July 3rd. And then from then, the final application was opened in our grant management system on July 11th. And then the funding table for the formula grant, so that's based on the decisions of the legislature, we released that formal formula funding table to the counties on July 18th. And then the final applications were due on August 25th. Now, the Justice Reinvestment Program, as I like to say sometimes, is three cats standing on top of each other in a trench coat, pretending to be one cat. And that is, I think, most succinctly represented by this graphic right here. So there are actually three different decision-making bodies for different portions of this grant. For you all, the Grant Review Committee, you focus in on the formula grant and the competitive grant. Now there's a separate body, the Community-Based Victim Services Advisory Panel that Sarah Stewart sits on, that looks at the community-based nonprofit applications for the 10% portion of justice reinvestment that goes to those community-based nonprofit victim service providers. And then there's an internal staff committee that looks at all of the county proposals to retain 3% of funding for evaluation. So the Justice Reinvestment Grant Program has 87% allocated to counties for their programs, 10% for victim services, and then 3% for evaluation or research. And so there's different bodies for different pieces of that grant. And so today, your chief charge is to review the formula grant and the competitive grant. And I'll turn it over to Catherine to talk about prison population.
All right, so the next couple of slides are going to review our prison population forecast and then some of the changes that have happened in the prison system in the last few years. All of our figures are going to only show the male prison population, but of course the female population is just much smaller, but follows the same trends on sort of that smaller scale. So what we're looking at here is the 2023 forecast for the male prison population with some markers for Measure 11 and then the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, which of course were both events that had sort of large immediate impacts on the prison population. Cool. And then, so this little animation here, this shows markers for the closing of 3 prisons over the last 15 years, 2 of which occurred after the onset of the pandemic there when Mill Creek and Shutter Creek closed. Scoot back one more. Yeah, thank you. So before we move to the next slide, if we could really quickly take a note that our full capacity line there is that Junction City line that we're all pretty familiar with that sits around 14,000. And this full capacity line hasn't been updated since the closing of those 3 prisons and doesn't account for the loss of bed space at those facilities. But, and it also doesn't, if we take a look at that compared to the forecast, we don't see a need for a new prison in the next 10 years or anywhere close to the next 10 years. The next slide. So here we have created an updated full capacity line that does reflect prison closures along with some changes to how the population needs to be housed due to changing standards and then also an aging prison population. And this full capacity line sits at around 12,500. It shows a pretty different picture of the need for a new prison in the next 10 years or so. And the next slide. So this is that same forecast and updated full capacity line, but we show some markers for when 2 facilities at Deer Ridge Correctional Institute would need to be made operational. So these DRCI and DRCM capacity lines are at 11,400 and then 11,800 overall prison populations. And making both of those facilities operational would of course cost the state a substantial amount of money. And with this updated forecast, we see that by around 2035 or shortly thereafter, the prison population is forecast to hit the full capacity of all of Oregon's prisons, including those facilities that would have been brought online in the meantime. So all of these figures are really just shown today to emphasize the continued need for effective JRP programs and carefully considered funding to reduce prison use across the state.
It's kind of ironic that we close 2 prisons, the line goes up,
And the money going out to the counties doesn't reflect the full savings of closing 2 prisons and asking us to do all this work. That was for you. Oh, thank you.
Yes, and I think some of those concerns will be acutely felt this afternoon when we look at the competitive grants in particular. So I'd ask you all to turn your attention to the task before you today for the formula and the competitive grants in particular. And so for the formula grant, in accordance with law changes made in 2019, you have what are functionally 4 different recommendations that you can make to the Criminal Justice Commission. So this body is a review body that makes funding recommendations that the Criminal Justice Commission considers and then reacts to. And so you, for each of the 33 counties that submitted an application, you have the choice to award full funding, which means that you award JRP funds for the full biennium for 2 years. You could award provisional funding, which is for 1 year. And then a year from now, we come together, we look at those applications one more time, or excuse me, an updated application, and then we make a determination on 2nd year funding. You could decline the award, but there's 2 different ways that you could do that. You could decline an award for any reason or for a reason specific to prison usage. And I'll talk about why that matters in just a moment. Now, for the competitive grant, because it is not formula based, it's not an on-off switch, fund, not fund. It is a choose how much to fund. So we'll get into particulars this afternoon, but you're looking at total requests of more than 11 million with actual available funds, just a little more than 7 million. So we're looking at $4.4 million of a funding deficit for total requests for that. And so that is perhaps a harder thing to consider, but it's also different because you're choosing how to allocate the funds, not just whether to fund or not fund. So here's a graphical representation of administrative rule that came about as a result of that change in law in 2019. So here in dark blue are your choices. So those 4 choices that I just mentioned, but then here in light blue is how the Criminal Justice Commission can react to your recommendations. So I'll go through those one by one. If you were to recommend full funding, the Criminal Justice Commission may approve the recommendation or accept that recommendation, or they have to return the application for reconsideration by the committee. So they can't just disregard your recommendation, they have to ask for a new recommendation. Now, if you recommend to not fund due to prison usage, they have to decline the grant. Now, whereas if you were to recommend not fund for reasons not related to prison usage, they can choose to decline the grant, or they can return the applications for reconsideration by the committee. In a similar vein, for provisional, they can approve your recommendation, or they can return the applications for reconsideration by the committee. And so this is, for those of you who have been on the committee for a while, you know that these changes have happened. For those of you who may be new to the committee, this is, as far as I'm aware, a rather unique way of grant funding in the state of Oregon. So wanted to flag that. So here, I think it's important to talk about the impact of your decisions today. So specifically, I'll focus in on the provisional funding. So if you were to recommend provisional funding, so recommend only funding for 1 year, obviously that is a level of accountability that is different than just full 2-year funding, but it is perhaps not as dire as you might think. So what provisional funding functionally means is that their funding is guaranteed for 1 year, and that the 2nd year funding is contingent upon future approval. However, more specifically, and I think perhaps more helpfully, your all's recommendations will then be detailed to them and spell out what the areas of concern are and what they can work on over the next year. And then it's my job and then the job of other CJC staff to provide technical assistance to those counties, focusing on those particular areas that you have identified. So in many respects, placing a county on provisional funding directs CJC staff efforts because if I'm being candid, there's not enough of us. We can't provide robust technical assistance to all 30+ counties, but we can provide pretty good technical assistance to 4 or 5 over a year. And so placing a county on provisional really directs our limited resources to focus on those counties to bring them up to a state where a year later, they're in a better position to be considered for that funding. Now, no funding, if you were to recommend no funding, they obviously do not receive funding for the biennium. However, technical assistance from CJC staff is still offered. That's especially true if they do still want to apply for funding in a future biennium. So if they want to apply for 25, 27, they want to spend a biennium, making some changes, taking a look at policies, personnel, or procedure, we would be able to help them in that regard as well. And so one of the applications that you'll see today is actually from a county that did not receive full second year funding last time. So they received no funding. We've worked with them over this past year, and they are now in a stronger position to request that full biennium of funding. So that is the impact of your formula grant funding decisions. I'll pause here to see if there's any questions. Okay. So for the formula grant, we actually have a multi-tiered system of review, which we'll talk about now. Now, before we get into the particulars of what our systems of review are, I think it's important to anchor this in the why. And so back in 2020, as a culmination of the work of a Justice Reinvestment Equity Advisory Committee, they kind of did a top-down review of the Justice Reinvestment Program, and they looked at it from a whole lot of different angles. One of the recommendations dealt with the work of this committee. They recognized that you all are asked to do a lot. As you can see here with the stack of paper, I think by my count, we're looking at about 1,000 pages of application. It's just a lot of material to review. And so one of the recommendations was that we as staff should create a multi-tiered system of review where you would adopt a formal triage process that engages multi-tiered systems of support. And there, as a result, we would have a more efficient use of your time. We would focus your efforts on the counties that needed most assistance or a closer look. And so I'll ask Catherine to go ahead and chat about that.
Cool. Thank you. So as a sort of a review for some of you, but an introduction for others, I'm going to walk through what the triage process looks like. And the very first thing that we consider as staff when we're thinking about what data visualizations to put together for which groups of counties is the size of counties. We really want to be able to provide the most helpful information for each county in its situation, and depending on basically the population of the county and therefore the size of and the number of individuals who are sort of possibly going to prison for JRI crimes, it's important not to overload you with information that may not be super helpful for smaller counties. So staff in the GRC have agreed that 35,000 is a reasonable population cutoff for this triaging process, and that counties that have under 35,000 population are considered small for the purposes of the triaging. And about 15 of our counties fall below this population level, and they will be excluded from the second step of triaging. And then here's just another way of looking at how county size can play into the grant decision-making process. While a little less than half of all Oregon counties are considered small based on population, 4.2 million out of 45.7 million in formula grant funding for the 23-25 biennium are slated for counties in that small category. So the rest of the triage process, beyond pulling out those smaller counties, is to take 2 particular measures and lay them out on this grid, and they sort of spread where the counties fall as far as their prison usage goes. So those 2 measures are the counties difference from their baseline prison usage at the time of the analysis or at the time that this plot is made. And then also the county's difference from 1 year prior to the time of analysis. So for example, here, these are the data that you all reviewed in June, and these are from April 2022 to April 2023. So on the x-axis here, we have the difference from their baseline. So as of April 2023, what is the difference in their 1 year rolling sum of prison usage from that time in April to what their baseline prison usage was, which is an average of their prison use from July 2012 to 2015, sort of at the beginning of the program. And then on the y-axis, we have their difference from the previous year, which for this plot is the difference between April 22 and April 23. And like I said, this is the plot that you all saw in June of this year. And then we have an updated plot that shows what we have for July of this year. So these differences are between the baseline of July 2023 and then July 2022 and July 2023 for the two different measures. So there has been some movement of counties to different groups. As you can see, this doesn't look like the April plot, but all movement has been in a positive direction, meaning that we've only seen movement of counties from orange to yellow, yellow to green, or orange to green. And I think I neglected to talk about even what the colors meant, so I will go through that now. Sorry about that. But so those folks or those counties that are in that upper right-hand quadrant that are orange have seen an increase in their prison use from the last year and are still above their baseline. So they've seen an increase in prison use from 2012 to 2015 to this most current year. So that as of July, includes Polk, Jackson, and Clackamas. And then those folks who are in this yellow group have seen they're below their baseline, but have seen an increase in their prison use in the last year. So at this time, there aren't any counties in this lower right-hand corner, but that would be those that are above their baseline, but have seen decreasing of prison usage most recently in the last year. There just don't happen to be any in there, but they would be grouped with those other yellow counties. And then green, of course, is they are below their baseline and have seen a decrease in their prison use in the last year. Are there any questions about how these plots work or what those measures are? Okay, great.
Okay. So next we'll talk about the application review itself for the formula grant. Here is the relevant requirements as spelled out in Oregon Administrative Rule. I'll just highlight a few things. If you'd like, you of course can turn to the specific section of OAR, but both the Grant Review Committee and the Commission, they are tasked with the reviewing and evaluating the applications based on a few different criteria. The first is whether or not the applicant's program is designed to reduce recidivism, and then whether or not, or to the extent to which the applicant's county has historically reduced prison usage by individuals convicted of property, drug, or driving crimes. And then in a similar vein to the recidivism, whether or not the county program is designed to reduce prison usage. So both recidivism and prison usage is about design. However, only prison usage takes into account the historic usage of prison. And then the last three items here are whether the applicant's program would increase public safety, whether or not the applicant's program would hold individuals accountable, and then lastly, other criteria that the commission chose to include in the solicitation. And for our purposes today, there's no additional information that was included in the solicitation that you would need to consider beyond what's spelled out here on this slide. There's another section of OAR that I think is helpful to flag. So in this section of Oregon Administrative Rule, it tasks the CJC staff with reviewing all of the applications before this meeting today, and then working with the counties to rehabilitate the applications if needed. And so we received the applications on August 25th, and we've now spent the last 4 or 5 weeks working with counties one by one when we have spotted issues. Now, we've done our best to spot all of the issues, to work with them to address all of those issues. We were under obviously some time constraints. If you were reviewing these applications when we first sent out the link to the Google Drive and then took a look at them today, you will notice that some of the information is changed. Dates on the applications are different. That is a reflection of the work that we have been doing with the counties. And so we have done our best to work with the counties to make sure that, for example, the feedback that you provided to them back in June, that they were responsive to that feedback. And so I think you'll see that reflected in these updated applications. The last piece on the formula grant that I think is important and is different from the competitive grant applications, that we are not going to be presenting any information from the formula budgets today for you to consider. The decision before you is really fund or not fund. And then we as staff will work administratively with the counties to identify issues in the budget request themselves. So there are a few counties that have made requests that are not permitted according to our grant administration guide. So instead of jeopardizing the programs themselves, we will work with them to make sure that their requests are in accordance with the requirements that we have placed upon our grantees. And so another thing that we will be doing administratively, just to give you kind of a glimpse under the hood, is counties that, depending on the county, some of them line item everything. So bus passes, clothing cards, all of these different wraparound services or supports for clients. We are encouraging counties to collapse that down. It makes it easier administratively for us as we work with those counties over the next 2 years. So that's some of the things that we'll be working with counties on, with specific focus on the formula budgets. Next, I know when we met in June, there was quite a bit of attention paid to the question, which you see here on the left, which is, does this program provide culturally responsive services as defined in Senate Bill 1510? And so we heard the direction from the Grant Review Committee, and then we subsequently reached out to and worked with all of the counties where this was an identified issue. 6 of those counties were identified by you that needed to either change their answer or provide an explanation for why yes was the appropriate answer. We worked with all of those counties to either explain the yes or to change it to no. 5 of the counties chose to change the answer to no to better reflect the realities of those particular programs. And then 1 of them did choose to change their explanation. And we reviewed that, and based on the additional information that they provided, we do believe that it is a culturally responsive service question, or excuse me, culturally responsive service program. Because we did this work offline, we are not proactively flagging those issues for you all because we're keenly aware of the time constraints we have today. But we did want to make clear that we were responsive to that request that you provided to us, and that we have worked with the counties to address those issues. So, as Catherine mentioned, we are triaging, or we are grouping the counties. Here is the counties presented again, but instead of on a X and Y axis chart, they're in buckets. We will review each of these counties one by one, reading left from right. So we'll first take a look at the orange counties, and we will look at their prison usage data, the data by crime type, any feedback review or feedback that you provided them. We'll do a review of that, and then we'll do a program analysis if any of the information has changed from the preliminary round. So you all did a deep dive on the programs in June. So if none of that information has changed, we're not going to remind you of what those things are. We, of course, can turn to the applications at any point if you have questions, but we're not proactively presenting that information. Similarly for yellow, it's similar, but it's a little different. We're only going to look at prison usage data, and then feedback review, and then program analysis. And then for below baseline, decreasing usage, as well as for the smaller counties with a population under 35,000, we'll just look at the program analysis and feedback review. Now, there is a caveat to this. For counties that received feedback that referenced either prison usage or the racial disparity tool, we will present that information regardless of which bucket they are in, to better situate the feedback that you provided and the answers that they responded to that, how they responded to that feedback. So we will go ahead and move through this sequentially. We'll first take a look at the counties that received no feedback from you all in June and made no changes. So if you all, with the assumption that if you all were okay with it in June, we presume that you'll be okay with it today. Nothing has changed. And so we'll go through those. And then next we'll take a look at the deeper dive and then the standard analysis, and then move to the qualitative analysis of those green counties. And then lastly, the counties with populations less than 35,000. So that concludes our introductory slides. And we've reached the point where we can take a break.
Okay.
Okay. Let's take a 10-minute break. So it is 8:40. Let's come back at 8:50. Okay.
Do you have water in here?
Yeah.
Good morning, Jason. Everyone's just on a quick 10-minute break.
Good morning. How you doing?
Good, good. How are you?
Good.
Thanks for joining.
Be off camera primarily, if that's cool with you.
Perfectly fine.
I can't even tell if is my camera working?
Right now it is. Yes, I can see you.
Yeah, all right. Thanks, Ken.
Thank you, Jason.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. I will go ahead and start speaking rather slowly. So if you're here virtually, you can join us again. So welcome back from break. So as a reminder, we just reviewed all the introductory materials around the program. And so before we dive into the slides themselves, I wanted to see if there's any questions about the material that we covered this morning. Okay, hearing none.
Ian,
please, Nate.
Back to that, the slide that had the different plots with the red and the yellow and the green. Are the counties aware of where they're at in terms of prison usage with the baseline? Because I took a look at the Criminal Justice Commission website, and it didn't look like it was updated as it reflects for the July 2023 data. But I'm just wondering if they're aware of where they're at currently.
So so we actually have two. This is an issue that we need to address, but we do have two dashboards up there that deal with prison usage. One is the archive, I don't know,
I'm not actually sure the name. Carrie could hop in and maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe not.
So if you were able to look at the JRP dashboard, the new one, it does have up-to-date information, and it actually has August data. We're only presenting July data. Okay, yeah. Okay, so we'll turn to the counties. Okay. You turn off your sound. Okay, okay. So we'll turn to the counties with no feedback and no changes. There are 5 of them. So assuming you didn't have a change of heart with these counties over the last couple months, we are recommending as staff that you recommend full funding for Deschutes County, Harney County, Lane County, Morrow County, and Wasco County. And so, Senator Przonski, our recommendation here is that we review and take a vote on each of these counties as a group as we go across them. If you're okay with that, we would recommend full funding for these 5 counties.
I'm fine with that, a procedure.
Okay, great. Would you like to do a voice vote or have us do a roll call?
I think because many people are on virtual, I think it'd be best to do a roll call vote so it's a part of the record.
Okay, we'll go ahead and do that. So first up, DA Perlow. Oh,
Conflict.
fair enough.
I vote yes on the package with my conflict declared.
Okay, thank you. Chief Scales, I don't believe you're here. Chief Administrative Officer Norton.
I vote yes.
Executive Director Stewart.
Yes, with conflict declared.
Okay. Director Galliran.
Yes.
Commissioner Ojura.
Yes.
Sheriff Morrissey O'Donnell. Okay. That are Senator Przonski, we just called roll on all of the voting members of the Grant Review Committee, and that vote was unanimous. So I'll go ahead and move on to the deeper dive counties. So there's only 3 of them. So we'll take a look at them alphabetically, and then we'll do a vote as a group at the end of those. First up is Clackamas.
All right, so yeah, the first county we're going to take a look at is Clackamas. And for those of you who may not be familiar with our dashboard page, this is sort of our overall prison use page. We'll be looking at this for a lot of different counties as we go through.
Oh, sorry.
And so this really mainly on the left-hand side shows a rolling sum of the county's prison usage over 1 year. And it compares it to their 2012 to 2015 baseline. On the right-hand side, we have 2 different plots here. One that shows the average length of stay for every calendar year, and then one that shows their just sheer number of prison intakes, regardless of their length of stay or sentence length. And just as a note, when I talk about average length of stay, what I'm really talking about is within those yellow boxes, the middle line that goes across is the true average. Those next 2 lines that create the box are sort of the interquartile range, and then anything that shows up there, those blue dots are individual sentences that may be outliers, or just shows that there's a larger spread of sentences over that year, and we can sort of look at that a little bit closer as necessary. But for Clackamas County in particular, we can see based on this plot, this is the updated July data, and for most of the counties as we go through, we'll show just the July to July, which is updated from when the GRC last met in June. And so for Clackamas, we can see that in July 2022, their rolling sum of prison use was sitting at 2,074 months. And then in July 2023, it's 4,101 months. So that is an increase of about 2,000 prison months. And as of July 2023, they are above their baseline as well by about 700 prison months. So it appears if we take a look at these 2 different elements of what makes up overall prison use, that their average length of stay hasn't changed greatly, and if anything has decreased slightly since 2022. But the number of intakes they've had has really increased in the last year or so, and appears to be the primary driver of their overall prison use increase. We can pause here for just a second. For those of you who may not be super familiar with this, are there any questions about this layout or the data provided here? Because we'll be looking at this page for a lot of different counties.
It's a quick question if I can. So the prison months, it's the aggregate of everybody. How many bodies is that spread over? How do I see how many bodies are actually comprising all those prison months?
So for example, like between July and July, you mean? So that is in our number of intakes. So on the dashboard, this is sort of a screenshot that we have here, but if you're on the actual live dashboard, you can run your mouse along the intakes there, and it will tell you the actual number of intakes. So you can
define an intake, is that a body?
That's a body.
Or is that a slate of charges?
An intake is a body, which may include, it's a new body, which may include multiple charges.
Okay.
Most of the time that's.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. The same is true actually for those blue dots, if that helps connect a little bit. So each of those blue dots on our length of stay chart or after length of stay chart is 1 body. Which is why some of them are really high because they have a lot of charges.
It happens.
Okay, thank you. All right, so here's the first couple of pieces of feedback that you all provided, provided for Clackamas County back in June. So the first is that prison usage has not substantively decreased over the last decade for Clackamas County. And we can sort of see that in the last plot, but, and you asked them to please describe the changes that need to be made to these existing programs to reduce prison usage generally and for property crimes in particular. And their response was that it is unclear what is driving the increase in longer term prison rate for property crimes, and they plan to do a deeper dive into the property crime data. But I would like to take a second to look at the sentencing trends plots, which are also available on the dashboard. And we'll see these for a few other counties as well. And note that this dark blue line for both plots is drug crimes, light blue is property crimes, and then this circle is driving crimes. And the top plot there looks at the average sentence length by crime type. And then down below, we see the number of intakes by crime type. So there are sort of some different pieces to those. And so for this particular piece of feedback, we were sort of interested in looking at property crimes. And then, so for property crimes for Clackamas County, it looks that their sentence length, average sentence length has increased really slowly and steadily over the course of the program. That's that light blue line in the top plot. But the number of property crime intakes appears to have been a lot more volatile. And more recently, we've seen sort of a spike since about 2022 in Clackamas County's prison intakes for property crime.
Quick question.
Yeah, of course.
So going back, the teacup part of that, you have the big drop at COVID and it goes back up. For some of these counties, was there a glut of cases that were just waiting, that weren't being prosecuted or tried? And then now we're on that back end of it. So although we're seeing that upward trend, we do anticipate some sort of leveling or normalizing over the next few years because now we're past that glut.
That is very likely possible for many counties.
Yes.
And mentioned in quite a few counties.
Yeah.
Right, when the
responses.
closed, you know, and people were not incarcerated, and so a lot of repeat property offenders were amassing additional cases during that time period because there wasn't anything happening to intervene. So I think a lot of counties, as they come out of the other end, are going to be seeing spikes in numbers, not necessarily length of stay for prison usage, but volume of cases that have just been sitting and waiting.
Thank you.
Clackamas, didn't they, I'm getting a little mixed up between what I read and what I've been hearing from my fellow commissioners over the last few weeks. But they also dive into the just geographic location and proximity to Portland and the homelessness crisis and the effect of substance use disorder on property crime. And they are in a different situation than some counties that way. There are a handful of counties that have pretty unique geographic circumstances.
Yeah, I can't remember if that is in their response, but that is certainly something we've heard. Whether, I can't remember, like you, I can't remember if it's in the application or just talking with Clackamas County.
And I mean, for a population that size, historically, they have not had as many people going. If you look at Washington Lane area, and the percent of population going to prison has relatively been low in Clackamas compared to other counties. So
Perfect segue to our next slide.
Perfect. Yes, I think we're going to chat about that right now. Yeah, so this is another way to look at their prison usage, and that is by looking at it per capita and compared to the statewide rate as well as some of their geographic peers. So here we see statewide rate, and we'll look at this plot, I think a couple more times today, but the statewide rate is always in black. The county of interest is always going to be in red, and then we'll have sort of all their peer counties in a generally neutral tone there. But so we can see that Clackamas County has long stayed under the statewide per capita prison use rate. But since, late 2022, early 2023, we have seen an increase in their per capita prison use rate that brought them not only above the statewide rate, but also sort of up and above most of their peers.
So that concludes the data slides we have practically prepared for Clackamas County. I'll probably say this a couple times, but if at any point you want to do a deeper dive of the data, we can go live to our interactive dashboards, click around, take a look at some other things. So unless there is a request there for Clackamas County, I will go ahead and jump in to do the programmatic review. So here,
This is
oh, please.
this is Bronson. I'm sorry. Could I ask one question about Clackamas County?
Absolutely.
Is there any tracking that's being done as far as charging or conviction on misdemeanors? What I'm wondering here is, do we know if there's been an equivalent uptick in misdemeanor charges or convictions, or has that not really risen such that we might be able to question whether there has been sort of a change in charging decision thinking that is reflective of this spike? Do we have any data that would help us figure out if there are discretionary decisions being made in the charging of these cases that might have some correlation to the increased ultimate felony convictions?
That's really hard to engage because the municipal court data is not included. And so any county that has robust municipal courts, the DA's office is only taking sheriff's office and state police misdemeanor intakes. And I know that the Lane County Sheriff's Office can't investigate misdemeanors unless they happen upon somebody who's a DUI.
As far as what we have on the data side, we haven't looked into that specifically, but I know that our information about misdemeanors is a little bit limited depending on the county. Like you said, there's different circumstances, and I don't know specifically for Clackamas County whether we have excellent information on their misdemeanor charges or not. That is something we could look into in the future, but it isn't something we have prepared for today.
If we don't have it for today, we don't have it. I would say that it's sort of a gap in the data. And as a result, it's sort of difficult to accurately categorize the fluctuation in the felony data in that case.
After today, we'll take a closer look at that kind of data.
Thanks. That's all I had.
Thanks. Other questions? So for Clackamas County, as a reminder, they are requesting funding for 3 different programs. You reviewed these programs individually in the June meeting, so I won't go into too much detail here, but it's the pretrial program, the correction substance abuse program, and then the short-term transitional leave program. From a more programmatic angle, you provided 2 pieces of feedback that we'll review now. The first is the request to please describe the decision-making process for individuals charged with property, drug, and driving crimes who are considered for downward departures. Here's the response summarized, though I'll note that on page 5 of their application, if you'd like to read the full answer, we can turn there. The response is that the DA's office considers 36 points when determining whether a person is suitable for a downward departure, which can be broadly categorized as offender behavior, nature and severity of the crime, and the interaction between the offender and the victim and crime. I'll pause there, see if there's any questions or concerns about that feedback or response. Okay. Next up is provide more details regarding the input of historically underserved communities to better understand the work you are doing. So Clackamas County has partnered with the National Policy Consensus Center, and the NPCC has conducted interviews that informed recommendations that the county is implementing. Specifically, one of their key things they're working on is to diversify the local public safety coordinating council membership and strengthen the LIP6 shared concept of equity. The county is also awaiting findings of a 3-year research project that assesses and engages historically underserved communities. Any question, please?
They're awaiting findings of so the research project took 3 years, or it's looking at a 3-year period. When are they expecting to get those results, and is it going to be over this biennium?
Looking over a 3-year period, they're expecting results very soon. So it wasn't within time for the application. But right now they're engaged in They still do have a contract with National Policy Consensus Center, and they're working through all of this right now.
Did they get any preliminary data?
I'm unaware of that.
I felt that their culturally responsive services actually was fairly weak. It, really referred to one person kind of as an example. So many of the other counties at least were able to point to critical community-based organizations that they partner with, that they can call upon for help to address issues facing folks that are from different cultures and backgrounds. It was unfortunate. I know they have a lot of capacity, but
Yeah. Yeah, I will note, I think it was 2 weeks ago, I was up there for a LIPSIC meeting, and this is, I guess I just want to reiterate what's in their application, that this is something that they're seriously looking at. They did a full day retreat basically to consider this thing. That's not to excuse away, just simply to provide additional context.
And is that 36-point factors, that's the common thing that litigates do, or is that unique to this?
So we actually have a different program that has a manual that outlines the eligibility for the program that was run through a management control study through Oregon Social Learning Center. So I can't tell you if it's 36 or 29 or, I mean, it's just a specific outline of what makes somebody eligible for the program.
So any other questions or concerns about Clackamas County? Okay. So we'll go ahead and move on to the next Orange County, which is Jackson.
Ian, can I interrupt
Oh,
real quick?
please.
I just want to make sure, sorry, I'm slow on the uptake this morning because I've only had a half a cup of coffee. Are we going back to discuss these later as a committee, or should I bring up anything now?
You can certainly bring up things now to give you a preview. So for the Orange counties, there's 3 of them. We'll go through them one by one, and then we will have a slide that will prompt you to vote on them, and with those 4 different funding recommendation options flagged there. So you, at that point, of course, could deliberate about, hey, do we want to put Trillium County on provisional funding, for example? And then if you were to move forward with placing someone on provisional or to recommend no funding, we as staff would then prompt you to articulate the reasons why, so that we can better work with them to identify those issues. So by all means, bring them up now. You'll also have an opportunity later on.
Okay, with that said, I just have one question and I can deliberate later. Has Clackamas been on provisional funding before?
No, they have not.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we can jump into Jackson County. So their overall prison usage increased by about 650 prison months from July of 22 to July of 23. They actually started barely above their baseline there, I believe, and then ended above their baseline still. And their average length of stay appears to have remained pretty steady. So that middle line in the yellow box there is about the same for the past few years, but we do see this increase in intakes on the bottom right-hand plot. So that is what is driving their overall prison use increase. So a piece of feedback that you all provided to Jackson County was to please explain why property crime prison intakes have increased significantly over the last year. And if we take a look at the right-hand side, that bottom plot, looking at the light blue for property crimes, we do see that they have had an increase in their property crime intakes in particular over the last year, while their property crime sentence length has slowly increased maybe, but pretty steadily over a long period of time. So Jackson County's response was that this rise in intakes represents a clearing of the case backlog, like we discussed earlier, and that there's an increase in property crime tied to Measure 1 implementation in their county.
Any questions or concerns with this feedback.
Were they able to correlate property crime to 110? As opposed to just a qualitative sentence? Is there data to support that, yes, there's a correlation?
They did not present any data that specifically tied it to that, and then we did not have the capacity to, you know, pair things up perfectly.
That's a really, really big question.
Yeah.
Be great to have that data. But again, given where they're situated and the amount of gang activity in large groves and I-5 corridor. And they did point out that they have very spiky data because if they have big busts, that also leads to employment takes at once. And then they see that increase in property crime because of the fact that folks are not incarcerated, therefore they just racking up those cumulative property crimes. I think that's a question we really need to dive into if we're gonna understand trends.
And my concern is thinking forward, whatever happens with 110 in the short and the next long,
Yeah.
to get that good baseline data now, if we do have some sort of direct correlation, that the legislature, that we know if we make any changes, we're doing changes for the better,
Yes.
or we're making things worse.
Yes.
But to get a good solid understanding, I think would be beneficial for 2 to 4 years from now.
Yeah.
So what data would you be looking for specifically? I mean, property crimes historically have been driven by drug use. And with Measure 110, we've seen an increase in drug use. Certainly, you could check with the EMTs and how many doses of Narcan have been distributed, and all the social service agencies. Drug use is up, property crime is up. But I don't know how you would get people to say, well, it's because of Measure 110 that I have this drug use disorder and out stealing to support my habit.
I don't have an immediate answer. I'd have to put my head wrapped around the data points, but I'll tell you that there's conflicting narrative, and it's in the public sphere as well, about the correlation between drug use and 110 and property crime. And to be able to get into that data point and come up with the answers that you're talking about is, can we say it? So I look at this, Jackson County made a statement. Do they have the data support of that statement? And if they don't have the data to support that statement, then, you know, it's up to the voting members in the committee to look at, is that a valid statement? Or is there something else that we want to look at going forward into their programs if there's nothing to support that statement? But I would love to get my head wrapped around those data points. So going forward, we can help CJC come forward and go, yes, there is a correlation. We are doing better. Or no, there was no correlation to begin with. So these are, you know, really moot points that we don't even need to talk about because they're not, you know, no relationship.
Lisa, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, so a couple of things that I was thinking about is, number one, if you look at the trends, even though they're saying that it's a huge increase in drug crime, you're not seeing the drug crime drop since 110, which logically I would think, well, if Measure 110 is to blame, right, that we would see a drop in drug trends. Now, mind you, maybe I'm off base because I'm not as smart as the CJC team, but that's when I'm looking at this top thing, that's what I'm looking at is like, hey, how about that? But I think the other thing for me is that they've always hovered around baseline, right? Like, this isn't like, oh, this is the backlog from COVID, right? Even in COVID times, they're at baseline. So I'm thinking, for me, there's got to be something deeper, but maybe I don't know as much as I think I do, but those are my thoughts initially.
So I think if we take a look at their overall prison use, again, if we go back one slide, we do see that they've been hovering around their baseline for a couple of years since the beginning of the pandemic. And so we've seen an increase since, I don't know, mid to late 2022. But we haven't returned to their total, sort of where they were, total prison usage of where they were before the pandemic. If we go to the next slide. So just for clarity, on the bottom hand, we're looking at number of intakes. And so that sort of spike we're seeing for property crimes is number of individuals And then on the top, we're looking at average sentence length. And this is actually, this is not length of stay necessarily. This is sentence length. So this is the sentence that Jackson County, that these folks from Jackson County are getting for that particular crime, regardless of what else might be included in their overall prison stay for that admit. And so if we look at drug crimes here, which are in dark blue in that upper right-hand corner, their average length of stay or average sentence length, excuse me, specifically for drug crimes is pretty high, which we're gonna walk into.
Is that the judge's discretion?
So, yes,
Yeah, certainly.
yeah.
Senator Brzezowski?
Yeah, I just want to follow up on that. I guess I don't see the connection or the nexus of the response stating increase in property crime is tied to Measure 110 implementation. And I see it says page 5, so I'm not sure what's on page 5, but I don't see the nexus or how a county is claiming that the implementation of 110 somehow has increased the property crime without having data to support that.
Yeah. Thank you. So the next, well, Catherine, I'll let you take it.
Yeah, so we'll hop into this, and this is looking at sentence length again. So for some further feedback that you all asked Jackson County to respond to, you said, please explain why your average length of stay for prison intakes of drug crimes is 5 months higher than the statewide average. So this is where that length of stay versus sentence length comes into play. And so this is actually length of stay. So not necessarily the exact sentence length. This is the true prison, like amount of prison use for each of these individuals. And for Jackson County, if we take a look over here, this is April data. To be clear, this isn't updated July data because we're looking at the feedback given specifically at this period of time, and it's just cleaner to keep it with the time period you all were looking at when you provided the feedback. But this histogram is for the state as a whole, looking at their average length of stay for drug crimes, for initial sentence drug crimes. And the county average for Jackson County is sitting at 36 months. That's that yellow bar, which is 5 months higher than the 31 months statewide average. And Jackson County's response to this request for this feedback is Medford has a very active law enforcement team in a small jail, so that individuals booked into their jail are then released and picked up on other charges later, which can result in longer sentences. And a more detailed version of their responses on page 5 and 6 of their application.
Did we, I know we're doing a not deep dive into the programs, but there are programs that are funded, are they designed to have a different result?
So their formula grant application has 4 different programs, and they are the same for at least one biennium. And I think for 3 of them, it's been the same for close to a decade, which are the peer mentors, transitional care program, that's a treatment program, and then coordinated care of housing and reentry. This 4th one is new as of last biennium, which is they call it Voices of Lived Experience. It's an opportunity to hear from individuals currently on supervision and formerly on supervision to improve internal practice. So that's the only change. I mean, I'm drawing on some memory here, but that's the only recent change I can think of. Now, their competitive grant application is substantively different from last biennium. They're requesting more resources to be able to downward depart more individuals.
So if what I'm hearing, I don't know if you had anything to follow up before I get talking. You're good. So all those programs you just listed were post-prison type programs, correct?
Yes.
They're saying that the issue is pretrial. Are there competitive grant programs going to attack the pretrial side of it?
No.
So then what they're
pre-sentence, yes.
So what they're because they're doing early release. People get out, they go do things, they come back. So when they're talking about they're released, are they released pre-trial or are they released early? So are there,
I believe they're matrixed out of the jail in Jackson County, so there's just not enough capacity, so they're
pre-trial or post-trial?
pre-trial. Yeah, that changed.
Who can be held in custody pre-trial?
So if they're saying that this is the issue, and if all their formula grant programs are post-prison, their competitive grant aren't attacking pre-trial, so how are they gonna attack this issue if they're saying that that's the issue?
That certainly can be the feedback we provide them, yeah.
Okay. Let me know if I'm not seeing those dots correctly, if you get a different take.
I think that, I had the same question. I do think that they have a very difficult population and situation to deal with, but, yes, I think pretrial services and a pretrial program would better address this issue.
Ryan, do you happen to remember if Jackson County was one of the counties funded with OJD resources for pretrial? Yeah. Okay. I bring that up. So this last legislative session, the legislature allocated some money to OJD to stand up judicial branch pretrial programs. I know Klamath was one of them. There's a couple others. Clackamas was one of them. Jackson, okay, then, yeah. Jackson may be one of them. It was not universal though, so.
They don't necessarily work really well with the locals. So that's still a very rough process. I think pretrial is still in many places an emerging art.
Yeah.
Definitely not science yet.
Any questions from virtual?
Okay. So one last piece of feedback that you all provided Jackson County was to please address the disparity in prison sentences for Latino men and how they plan to address this or expand on what they're currently doing to address it. And this is going to be, I think, a new visualization for a few of us, so I'll walk through it really quickly. So this is what we're calling our probation racial disparity tool. This particular one for Jackson County only shows men. They are all divided up between men and women. And so what this really looks at is by each race or ethnicity, the number of individuals that would need to have received a probation sentence instead of a prison sentence in order for the prison sentencing rate to be equal between white and non-white group. So particularly for Jackson County here, the GRC asked for sort of an explanation of what's going on with the Latino male population here, which is that we see over the last decade or so, multiple years where there are fewer Latino men receiving a probation sentence than would be necessary to reach equity with white men in that county. And so Jackson County responded that they have put in place training programs, policies, and a team of equity, diversity, and inclusion champions to address the topic of EDI. And they're hiring one additional bilingual PO and have implemented a 9-point equity plan. And their whole explanation is detailed on page 12 because we summarized here, of course.
One of the things they said in their proposal was that, again, they see quite a lot of Mexican cartel activity. And so if they do a big bust, they have a large number of people at once that are non-English speakers or English as a second language speakers. I just found myself real curious about that, and especially if they're not citizens, how they're treated in the system and how things work. I just don't know that. Is the judicial system completely blind to immigration status?
The judicial system is supposed to advise people that immigration status can be affected by a conviction. You aren't really allowed to go into an individual circuit. It's become really problematic. You're supposed to, one person is supposed to advise somebody that they have a right to speak to their consulate, but they're not allowed to ask their status.
So, there's a lot of conflict in how things are able to proceed, but the judge is not supposed to inquire into that, just merely to advise of consequences.
I think you have a sense of how many of the cases that she's talking about go federal and don't are these data points anyway versus state charges for these large buses.
The large buses, particularly in our area, are federal cases.
Thank you.
But the feds have a very high threshold, so it may be that if you're doing a large bus, there'll be people who will be processed federally and people who will be processed through state court.
Thank you.
Here, I do want to make a correction of what I said earlier. So I noted that all three of those programs were existing programs. I want to correct myself. The Coordinated Care Housing and Reentry Program, which they classify as a downward departure type program, that is actually new as of this biennium. I'll read the brief proposal or the description of the proposal here. So they say a community justice officer and 2 transition center technicians will provide services to individuals on supervised downward departures immediately after sentencing or when releasing from jail. These case management services will include stabilized housing, sign up for OHP, Oregon Health Plan, streamline access to behavioral health services and employment services. They will complete reach-ins at the jail and support successful transition to transitional housing and services. So I don't know if that fully addresses the concerns raised, but I did want to correct myself.
Thank you.
So that wraps up Jackson County. We of course can talk about Jackson County when we get to the vote, but if there's any other questions, and also we can go back for questions, but. Okay, Polk County.
So Polk County from July 22 to July of 23 saw an increase in prison use of about 100 months, and they did surpass their baseline over that period of time. Their average length of stay appears to have remained steady from 2022 to 2023, but it looks like that their overall change in overall prison use is attributable to changes in their number of intakes, which has been relatively volatile over the past year or so, but over that time period from July to July did increase. And then one piece of feedback that you all provided Polk was to please explain what is causing the large percentage of overall prison use attributable to initial sentences for driving crimes. So we won't actually see this measure for other counties. This is just because there was particular feedback for them. And this is a little bit interesting because their 25% of their overall prison use was attributable to those initial sentences for driving crimes, which is very high compared to other counties. So for most counties, that particular bar, we see it 5 or 6%. The next highest was 10% back in for the April data there. And their response is that this was caused by 4 individuals who were sent to prison because of their extensive criminal histories, multiple felonies, and then who were deemed an ongoing safety risk to the community.
I think what the population of Polk County is.
Ooh, it's gonna be.
It's not huge.
Yeah, I think it's less than 80. I think it's like 65, 70.
So if your question is whether this is reasonable, I believe it is, that 4 individuals with those larger sentences could absolutely skew this number.
89,164.
There you go.
I'm guessing it's been.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that these 4 individuals, that's possible.
So for Polk County, you all provided some feedback that was specific to one of the programs that they're proposing. So this program here they call it the Behavioral Health Jail Services. This is a different name from what they proposed earlier. And so I think that perhaps reflects some changes that they've made since they submitted their initial application this spring. So the feedback here was first and foremost to confirm the new program does not mix risk levels. Over the course of today, you will hear me mess up mix risk levels quite a bit. That's a tongue twister. So they confirm that they do not, in fact, mix risk levels or levels of care. And if there is a group started in a jail, they don't mix genders and as well as mixing risk levels. Further feedback was to clarify how many people you expect to be in the target population. So they anticipate that 250 individuals will be in the behavioral health jail services program. However, with the resources provided, they anticipate that 130 additional individuals will receive crisis services in the jail with no other behavioral health / jail services programming. So with this funding, they'll be able to provide crisis services in the jail in addition to the core goal of this program, which is behavioral health jail services. Next up, the feedback was to please describe how this program will reduce prison usage. The full answer is on page 5, but here's a summary. Wraparound services and peer support will support individuals maintaining stability and thereby reduce prison usage. The next piece of feedback is to please explain how you engage a participant pre-arrest and clarify who is engaging that participant at this point. Here they noted that that's not actually a service provided in this particular grant, but it is supported by the Polk County Behavioral Health Crisis Team. Long story short, Marion County and Polk County have partnered up to create a crisis collaborative, and they're working on a crisis response mapping project that identifies gaps in the services and processes surrounding crisis response. So this may be something that they expand, for example, but it's not something that JRP funds. So that's Polk County. I wanted to pause to see if there are any questions around Polk County's data or programmatic pieces.
A quick question, if I can. So the behavioral health, the treatment side of it, are the programs that they're putting, that those folks are going through, are they completing them in jail? Or some of them going to be released prior to completion? And then what is the post-release follow-up, peer support, all of that look like?
So they flagged that they have a few different programs. I'll read them one by one. They say crisis stabilization services. So that's irrespective of time. Behavioral health screenings. That's obviously upon intakes. Urgent care evaluations, transition planning, psychiatric services, including medication management, and then referrals / care coordination and with physical health services. So it kind of runs the gambit. I imagine that for the longer term thing, there would be a requirement. I don't remember off the top of my head if they say we need somebody to be sentenced for 30 days, 90 days, or whatever period of time that is.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, so before we move to a vote here, I do want to amend something we said earlier. So I flagged that there might be a budget allocation for Jackson County to hire pretrial officers within the judicial department. We did check the budget notes. There was funding allocated to Jackson County. We don't know what that means practically, on the ground. We do know that there are resources allocated to them. To give you a glimpse of what this might look like, so Klamath County, they've also received funding, and they previously had JRP funding for that. That transition from executive to judicial is happening in December. Now, Clackamas County, by contrast, that's at an unknown date because I think for many reasons, one of which might simply be that Clackamas County is larger and it's more complex, and so it might take more time. That could be the case in Jackson County. We simply don't know, but we do know that there has been funding allocated for a judicial department pretrial officer, or perhaps multiple. So are there any, well, I guess I'll open it up to deliberation. Senator Brzezowski, these are the 3 counties and the 4 different funding recommendations that you could choose from for each of those counties.
Okay. So at this point, I'm assuming you're now ready to go ahead and call for a vote. This will need to be again a roll call vote, but I believe there may be a desire by some of the members to have additional discussions before the vote, or do we want to call for the vote and then open it up for discussions?
I imagine each county might have a different recommendation, so perhaps taking them one by one might make most sense.
All right, I'm fine with that. Why don't you go ahead and lead, and we'll just go from top to bottom, all the counties.
Perfect, thank you. So for Clackamas County, how are folks feeling in terms of a recommendation?
Quite well, because I think that it's too early to say that they shouldn't get full funding just because of what has happened in the last.
Yeah.
Historically, they have not had a high person usage, and I don't see this little blip as being enough information to say, oh, well, we're not going to fund you.
Yeah. I should jump in here and say that for all of the counties that you will review today, staff does not believe that any of them should not receive funding at all. That we believe that every county should at a minimum receive provisional funding. That's our recommendation. You of course can disregard it, but yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Lisa, please.
So I guess, just to get it out of the way, I feel like Clackamas and Jackson, I would prefer to do provisional funding for them, provided that they can show some decrease and actually show the results of some of this work that they're doing in Polk. I'm fine with full funding, but that is my personal belief.
Okay. How are folks feeling about that? I guess I would then ask, if people are okay with that, I would then ask you all to maybe articulate some of the things you would like Clackamas, for example, to work on over this next year, if this is your recommendation. And we can go back to the Clackamas slides if that's helpful.
If you can go back to the slides, that'd be great.
Yeah.
And Clackamas did say that they had their own research question that they were going to be investigating using the data.
Yeah.
So there is at least something that they have queued up
Hmm.
to be able to help them better define their direction.
Nate, I see your hand raised.
Yeah, so as it relates to Polk County, I'm fine with full funding on that. Jackson County, I'm looking at their prison usage and just the trend line. It's not as alarming as it is for Clackamas County. The Clackamas County trend line is really steep from 22 to, going into I think it's August of 23. So I'm okay with the provisional funding as it relates to Clackamas. Jackson, I'm leaning on full funding because it's not as alarming with that trend line. But so I can't remember who it was that made those recommendations for provisional funding for Jackson and Clackamas, but I would say provisional for Clackamas, full for Jackson and Polk.
For me, the full for Polk, I think, is fine. The concern I have with Jackson is if they're looking at the wrong data point. Again, I get back to their statement about the connection with 110. If they're not accurately addressing the problem, then how are they going to be able to, figure out what the solution is if they're asking the wrong question? And that's concern for me. And I don't know if that means provisional. To me, if I had a vote, I would vote provisional for them and provisional for Clackamas as they get going forward, and then to help out and ensure that that focuses CJC's time to help those counties that really need some help going forward.
To be fair, we asked that question of Jackson. So they had their programs and their application in place, and then we went back and asked that, and then to say, well, you should have adjusted your request based on that question, as opposed to what their initial ask was. I don't know that that's a reasonable expectation of us to them.
Yeah.
I think that the hypothesis that the Jackson folks are proposing with high property crime increases associated with Measure 110 is actually the same question that Clackamas County is proposing to explore in their data analysis. So maybe the Clackamas data analysis will inform some of the issues in Jackson, and I think to a lesser degree in Josephine and Douglas as well. I'm happy with full funding for Polk. I think I would also go for provisional with both Jackson and Clackamas.
Okay. Since I'm hearing consensus on Clackamas, one thing we could do right now is to identify those pieces of feedback or areas of concern that you would like them to look at.
The next slide for Clackamas is on the length of sentence.
So this is their first slide overall, and then go ahead, Kathy.
Yeah, so in the first slide, if you click back one, this is their length of stay, which isn't necessarily aligned with the sentences that they're receiving specifically from Clackamas County. The next slide is their actual sentences. So what the judge sentenced them to for those specific crimes. So they won't match perfectly. The length of stay will often be a little bit longer or different because it has to do with some other charges that they may have even outside of Clackamas County, just as for that particular intake.
So one of the pieces of feedback that you raised earlier was about, well, I'll just read it here. Prison usage has not substantively decreased over the last decade. Please describe what changes that need to be made to make these existing programs to reduce prison usage generally and for property crime in particular. Is that something that you would like raised again? Or?
I think it makes sense. I think that's what their data analysis suggests that they're going to try and figure out.
Okay. Lisa?
I was just gonna say the same thing until they can dig down and figure that out.
Okay.
And what does staff do in response to that? Prodding them to getting the data collected and.
Yeah, with this particular piece of feedback, I actually think it might be twofold. One, over the last decade, it's probably less of a data dive. It's probably more of a programmatic analysis. Just seeing, okay, it's an opportunity for us to glance under the hood, see how the engine's operating. Are there tweaks that we can make to see if we can't keep our existing programs and change them a little bit? Clackamas County, I raised this earlier, it actually received judicial department pretrial funding. And so right now they use JRP funding for pretrial. So at some point that will change. There will no longer be a need for that. So perhaps there's an opportunity for JRP funding to go towards something new or different.
It really depends on what the OJD dollars are being used for.
Yeah.
Because in my county, they're just being used for reminder phone calls. It's just,
interesting.
It's just, reducing failure to appear rates. It's the county, the county sheriff's office staff that are doing all of the programmatic work with individuals to help stabilize them and keep them stable while they're out of custody.
Okay.
So I think that we just need to watch that. I don't know, because there are such limits on what state OJD staff seem to be able to do. And I think some of that varies depending on the trial court administrator locally, but.
That's helpful context. Thank you. So there were two other pieces of feedback that you all flagged last time. Are you comfortable with those answers? Would you like to bring up those issues again?
Really like to see better answers that hopefully appropriate or culturally responsive services.
Okay. Lisa, your hand shot up and then went down.
I think somebody's channeling me over there. I'll just be quiet. No, I think that's the thing is they're awaiting that. So, okay, let's provisional fund until, I mean, that's one of the feedback is we want to hear what their project found.
Okay. Any other things that you'd like to flag for Clackamas?
I don't want to be Clackamas in the meeting.
It is very likely. I think we have something like 50 people in attendance tuning in right now.
Not immediately seeing anybody.
Yeah, so perhaps not.
Maybe they would want to provide some input.
Sure. So just to summarize, I've got 3 pieces of feedback that you will provide in your recommendation for provisional for Clackamas. It is to address the 10-year, the lack of a prison decline over the last decade, the sharp increase in prison intakes for property crime, and then the cultural responsiveness question. Okay. If I'm not hearing anything else, we can go ahead and do a roll call vote on the recommendation for Clackamas County to be provisional. Okay. DA Perla. Chief Administrative Officer Norton.
Yes.
Executive Director Sarah Stewart.
Yes.
Director Galliran.
Yes.
Commissioner Ojura.
Yes.
Sheriff Morrissey O'Donnell. Okay, so that motion passes unanimously. Thank you for that. Next up, Jackson. So this one was less clear on how the group was feeling. I guess we could take this a couple ways. One, we could do a vote initially to see if we want to do provisional and then articulate the feedback after the fact. Or we could articulate feedback and then have a vote.
Let's go for feedback first.
Feedback first, okay. So the first piece of feedback that you all flagged last time was to explain why property crime prison intakes have increased significantly over the last year. I know there were some questions about the reasons articulated. Would you like them to do another look at why property crime intakes have increased?
I would, and or be able to provide the supporting data for their assertions.
Okay. Next up was their average length of stay for prison intakes of direct crimes is 5 months higher than the statewide average.
Quick point of clarification here. This is average sentence length. I believe I may have misspoken earlier. So this is sentence length, not length of stay. So the only length of stay piece we have is along with our overall prison usage page. This particular plot shows sentence length.
Ian, can I jump back? As part of the recommended feedback, not just to do a deeper dive, but for to work with your data team. Because I think I'd heard previously there's a narrative out there. That's great, but we need to disrupt that narrative if it's in fact not accurate. So I'm hoping that you would be able to put your data team at their disposal to help either prove their assertion or have conversations with them about why that's not something to continue saying. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Yeah, we'll be sure to leverage the resources we have to help them.
Thank you.
Okay. So, for sentence length, they flag very active law enforcement in a small jail, and then some of for individuals that are released from jail getting multiple charges.
Can they show us data on cumulative charges and what the typical distribution of cumulative charges is?
Well, do you want to speak to whether or not that's possible?
I think it's possible.
Yeah. I was ready to say that, but I didn't want, I would step over something.
I
Okay,
think that's, yes, that is possible.
okay. Okay. So the disparity for prison sentences for Latino men, how'd y'all feel about this answer? Would you like more?
I think that their responses will help, but I'm not sure that they will address the causal factors.
Sure. And maybe this is worth pointing out that, so this, let's see, we will have, by the time we reconvene in the spring of 2024, we will have 2023 data. However, because this graph only represents annual changes, you may see a big change, you might not see a big change.
Right, look at 2021.
Yes, it's highly variable.
Yeah.
So can you tell how many people that is?
Yeah, so that is 5.
5 people?
So for 2021, that line is negative, where it hits -5. So that means that 5 fewer individuals would have needed to receive a probation sentence to reach parity with white men in that particular year.
And then in the other direction is 4, right?
And then if there's 4,
2022.
yes, in 2022, it's 4.
Yeah, I think one of the things you all flagged back in the summer was the high numbers here and how it was pretty consistent for a period of time. So,
I don't see consistent
No.
anywhere.
Good
Like
job.
8 people twice. 7 people once.
So I think one of the things that when we went over these initially in June, and that was sort of our introduction to this type of a plot, what this type of a measure tells us is very dependent on like the actual number of convictions that happen in that year. And so the true number, the difference between 3 and 4, that's one individual. And what's more interesting as a measure is whether it's positive or negative for a long period of time. And so, yes, we see 7, 3, 8, 2, but we don't see anything drop below 0, except for in 1 year in 2021. And so what we see sort of there is like a trend of this measure being positive in nature. Whereas for some of these others, we see, like a good example is for the black line here, we see drop below 0 in 2014 and 2016, hit 0 in 2020 and back down below 0 in 2022. That's sort of what we would consider normal variation here. And it's more about the positive or negative nature of it than the exact number as far as trends go.
4-person swing.
Mhm.
But they're consistently above the white baseline, except for the last.
Except for the 1 year.
Except 2020 and 2021. 2020 was a parity in 2021. Go up.
The volatility of this, I think, to what Patty's saying is concerning. I don't see a trend. Is there a way that you can smooth it out? And or is there a different metric that's better, such as percent? Because if we're talking one body and the number of people that are going through the court system varies, and you're just talking 1 or 2 people, there could be a significant difference just in the composition of the folks going before the court. So is there a different metric that makes sense that might smooth this out and might be able to address some of the volatility questions?
do we want to go live?
We may need to in a minute, but I think I can address that. So this measure takes into account, this does not have anything to do with the population of the county. This has to do with only convictions. So folks who are already convicted, this only has to do with their sentencing post-conviction.
And that's the population I'm talking about. So that composition that actually goes to that court system for that year can be highly variable depending on what's going on.
Absolutely.
So that's what we should be looking at is a percent of that population overall.
And that's what this is.
Those are.
So these are percents, but they're based on percents. So we're gonna go live to the dashboard.
Yeah, that's what made it,
Yeah, we
let's
do
smooth
a
that out
better
a little bit.
explanation of this, yeah.
Perfect.
So the point of using this RDR really is so that you can ultimately see sort of like from a program perspective, if we need to serve 8 individuals differently versus 1 individual differently, or in some cases we have 10 or 12. And that's more of like, can we measure how many more staff we might need to do that? But you can also look at the percentages for these. I think Carrie's gonna pop up here. Yeah, so here's the here's our dashboard for it. And so that's the same plot that we've just looked at. That's sort of separate from what we're looking at the moment. But let's just go straight to the Panda, Carrie. You following. So this is sort of long, but we'll try and get through it in a reasonable amount of time. So this RDR is used mostly to look at, like I said, the exact number of people who this might be affecting, and in a lot of situations that's helpful, and in some situations it doesn't exactly explain the whole situation. So if we go to the next page. This is really based on percentages for that convicted population. So if the convicted population changes drastically from year to year, the sort of like base of our calculation will always depend on who exactly was convicted in that year. So for example, to calculate this, if we have a minority group and a majority group, and these are going to stay relatively consistent in a county year over year, but minority group and only 1 person of that minority group is sent to prison. So all of these individuals, all 10 of these minority group individuals have been convicted. And then all 20 of those majority group individuals have been convicted. If only 1 of the minority group individuals goes to prison, and 2 majority group go to prison, their rates are the same. So if we were looking at a percentage plot, they would look even. And let's see, and so because those rates are exactly the same, there is parity there, and their RDR would be 0. So 0 individuals would have to be, 0 individuals in the minority group or majority group would have to receive a different sentence to reach parity there. And then next, for an example where we don't have parity. So we have these same minority and majority groups here, but in this case, the minority group, 1 person is sent to prison, the majority group, 4 people are sent to prison. So
what happens if out of the minority group, when you're looking at the sentencing guidelines grid, you have prior criminal history that's greater than the average? And so how does the sentencing guidelines play into finding parity?
Right, well, that plays into the decision making, right? And there are different backgrounds for different specific individuals, and that is true. We're just looking at this. So a disparity, this is another piece to this a little bit, that we disparity is really a mathematical term, not like a social term. So a disparity means there's a difference in the number of individuals. There may be good reasons for that.
I mean, but you could look at it as, okay, we're gonna narrow this group down to people who have no prior criminal history, or people who have the same prior criminal history, so that you're getting a truer
in
what your disparity
theory, that measure could exist, yes.
Yeah.
It gets very small very quickly if we were to look at folks who didn't have that, you know, some type of criminal history or something like that. But the smaller you break it down a little, it gets a little bit funky with these, but yes, you could break this down into any population groups you needed to.
Well, sure, I'm just pointing out that disparity isn't necessarily a true measure of disparity.
Yeah, I think the terms we would use.
Right, so disparity is different than bias.
Yeah.
So we're not measuring bias here, that's impossible. So all we're measuring is a mathematical disparity in the 2 groups. And, you know, the county may have a really good reason for that being the case. And so it's just a way to sort of flag and say, we can take a closer look at what's going on and what's driving this, but we can't say using this tool or any data tool where bias exists. We can only point out mathematical disparity.
So, for instance, in this case for Jackson County, again, the data dive that we're recommending, looking at that correlation potential between property crimes and cumulative property crimes and longer sentences and a steeper intake and all of that. It maybe they can also look at the racial disparity at the same time.
Right.
Because it could well be that it's just exactly that unfortunately, the folks that they're apprehending in the Latinx population have a larger cumulative record.
Yeah, and it may be, to your point, beneficial for Jackson County to also look back into those specific cases and look at their criminal history and see if that's what's driving the disparity. And if it is, then, then that's a very different explanation than bias, which again, we can't say is happening without a deeper dive into the data. This is only sort of an indicator measure.
And as a reminder, of the 33 counties that we reviewed, we looked at the racial disparity tool for all 33, and there were only 2 that you flagged as, okay, there's maybe some sustained positive numbers here that we don't understand. Counties, please provide us more context.
And we're happy on the data side to talk with Jackson County about this too. We're happy to provide assistance with this in the future.
So I guess going back to the recommendation, is this something you want them to address moving forward? It doesn't have to be.
If they're gonna do a data analysis anyway, looking at those, especially those property crime rates. If there's a possibility to disaggregate by race, it might be useful. And look at those cumulative charging profiles. I don't know.
They could do that because that's all broken down by race, right?
I'm so sorry. I was thinking about the explanation of.
No, so they will already be looking at property crime intakes over the increase, and then they'll also be looking at cumulative charges picked up perhaps when somebody's released from
I would think so.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
So what I'm hearing, and I'll re-articulate this, is for those 2 measures that you've already agreed to, we would look at that, but as well at looking at race ethnicity. Okay. Virtual team, you in agreement there? Anything else to add? Okay. So unless there's anything to add or take away from those recommendations, I think moving to a vote probably makes the most sense here. So for Jackson County, recommending, I guess I'll re-articulate what you're considering. So Jackson County, you're recommending provisional funding for them, and you've identified 3 different pieces for them to focus on over the next year. And so I'll go ahead and do a roll call vote here. So first up, District Attorney Perillo.
Yes.
Chief Administrative Officer Lisa Norton.
Yes.
Executive Director Sarah Stewart.
Yes.
Director Nate Galleyran.
You convinced me, yes.
Commissioner Oger.
Yes.
Sheriff Morrissey O'Donnell. Okay, that motion is unanimous. Thank you. And then Polk County, I heard good with full funding, if we could just get a vote on that. So recommend Polk County for 2 years, full funding, District Attorney Perillo.
Yes.
Chief Administrative Officer Norton.
Yes.
Executive Director Stewart.
Yes.
Director Galleyran.
Yes.
Commissioner Ozero.
Yes.
Sheriff Morrissey O'Donnell. Okay, so that takes us through the orange counties. So here, if we want to take a 10-minute break, it is now 10:10. We can come back at 10:20. Okay.
Can I log you into that now that it's muted?
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Actually, before we start talking about what's next, I do want to give a status update. So we are, at least in terms of number of slides, we are now 1/3 of the way through the slides that we have prepared. So if you'd like, you can take a moment and pat yourselves on the back. So this next group here are the below baseline and increasing usage. There are, I believe, 7 of them in the standard analysis group. And so we will first take a look at the counties that have entered standard analysis as of this presentation. So previously they were in orange, the orange category. So the first one there is Josephine County.
All right. So for Josephine County, we see that they had an increase in prison use of about 300 months from July of 22 to July of 23, but they remain just below their baseline as of July 2023. It appears that their overall or their average length of stay has not changed from 2022 to 2023. Although an increase in intakes is likely responsible for their overall increase in prison use. So on this page here, we have 2 pieces of feedback that the GRC provided Josephine County. The first was to please explain the steep increase in property crime intakes over the last year. And so on the right-hand side here, just as before, our prison intakes for property crimes are this light blue line on the bottom plot. And they have risen significantly since 2022. And Josephine County's full response can be seen on page 4, but summarized, they indicated that this increase is due to an unauthorized use of vehicles ring with multiple convictions, a return to pre-COVID levels of intakes, and then an increase in property crime in the county. And their second piece of feedback.
Can you define?
Unauthorized use vehicle.
Thank you.
Yes. And so the second piece of feedback here is to please explain the increase in sentence length for drug crimes over the last year. So this is that upper right-hand plot, the dark blue line for drug crimes, and we do see sort of a sharp increase starting in 2022 in their average sentence length for drug crimes. And Josephine's response for that particular piece of feedback was that they are returning to pre-COVID enforcement and investigation levels for drug crimes due to full staffing of their drug teams. So here's another example of looking at prison use, per capita prison use rates compared to statewide, and then also geographic peers. Here, statewide is black, Josephine is red. And we can see, so the GRC's feedback was to please explain why their per capita prison usage is high compared to statewide average and geographic peers, which we can see here. It has long been over the statewide average, is fairly volatile year over year, but also since about 2022 has increased up over the rest of their geographic peers. And Josephine's full response can be seen in their application, but we summarized here to say that they noted that Josephine County is rural in nature, has underfunded law enforcement, and has a thriving illegal cannabis market, which they state puts Josephine in a unique situation compared to their peers and the state as a whole.
So next up for Josephine County, you provided feedback for a couple of their programs, the first of which is the high needs parole and probation officer. You asked them to provide examples in which the learning style inventories, which they noted in their application, are used once clients are assessed and their responsivity identified. Here they noted that they provided an example as you requested. They said that if a client is a visual learner, then the probation officer will use visual aids like a cost benefit analysis worksheet or behavior chain worksheets. And then the client will be provided skill cards to keep and reference, and then whiteboards will be used. So that was in response to the question. The next set of questions were about a proposed program for a psychiatric nurse. I'm not going to go over that feedback because they actually removed that program from their final application. And then lastly, you see the 4 additional programs that they have recommended here. I won't go over those in particular because you all had a chance to look at those this summer. And then lastly, more generalized programmatic feedback. You said that the input of historically underserved communities or for that particular question, for the input of historically underserved communities and partners, you said, please provide specific examples of what is being done after gaps and needs are assessed. They indicated that a clinical therapist and a case manager are on site and able to quickly respond to clients in crisis. Additional training and trauma-informed care, core correctional practices, and implicit bias for POs has been provided to respond to significant power imbalances with clients. There's an alternative entrance for women on supervision, and they are repainting and reflowing the lobby and will add reader boards to provide information in multiple languages. So some pretty significant changes there. And so that is Josephine County. They were the only county that moved from orange to yellow. Unless there's any questions, we'll proceed to the counties that were in yellow to begin with.
I do have a question. Can you go back to the second to last slide for Joe County?
This one?
Yes. So the visual learner side of it.
Yeah.
How did that come about? Because that seems to be unique. Was that a unique need identified for their constituency as is? Is there another program throughout the state where that has shown that that is beneficial? And is that the best beneficial use of their dollars?
Yeah, I might ask Nate to chime in because I think this is a specific to the parole and probation profession. I imagine that other counties do this as well. Actually, Nate, instead of me just guessing, do you want to maybe speak to this? Oh, you're muted.
I think I'd be guessing too, but just based off of my experience, there is sometimes a language barrier when people come in and we start talking professional jargon as it relates to therapeutic types of language. And so when you put up visual aids, it helps people identify what it is that their needs are, and then what the resources are available to them. So sometimes it helps, for those of us that are visual learners, it might help in that way. So that's just my best guess as it relates to this feedback. But I'd be happy to, I know the director there in Josephine County, I'd be happy to reach out on behalf of this group and ask for additional feedback and information.
I'd appreciate it if you'd be willing to do that. And if you want to send that to the group or just communicate with me offline, because I have not seen that before. And if that is a need for some of this population throughout the state, then hopefully we can address it if this is an ongoing need and not necessarily use these dollars for it. If there are other ways that we can try to fund these types of services, or if this is very distinct to Josephine County, then, looking for the highest, best use of these dollars.
Yeah, I'll reach out to them. Thank you.
Thanks, Nate. Okay, so for the groups that have remained in the standard analysis, the first one is Benton.
All right, so Benton County's prison use rose by about 160 prison months from July of 22 to July of 23, and they remained below their baseline. Interestingly, for Benton County, if we take a look at their average length of stay from 2022 to 2023, it appears to have increased quite a bit. I will note that 2023 is, of course, incomplete data, although this is now through July, so a little over half of the year's worth of data. I doubt that it would change a lot. We probably are still, even at the end of 2023, going to see that was an overall increase from 22 to 23, while their number of intakes has actually decreased slightly. But the overall effect of those two pieces that go into the overall prison use measure, we see as a slight increase. So one of the pieces of feedback that you all provided was to Benton County to identify local factors that may be contributing to this year-over-year rise in prison usage, which of course was feedback given in April. And for Benton County in particular, it looks a little bit different than it does in July. It was more of an increase that we were looking at in April than now And their response was that they saw some COVID-19 court backlogs being processed, which caused an increase in their overall prison use.
For Benton County, they're proposing to fund 3 different programs, and then the only program that received feedback here was around the transitional housing. There just was a request to seek clarification about which eligible crime types were targeted for that program. They did, in their final application, clarify that that is for property, drug, and driving crimes only. So, unless there's issues or questions with Benton, we can move on to Klamath.
So Klamath County's prison use rose by 50 prison months from July of 22 to July of 23, and they've remained well below their baseline. They also saw an increase in their average length of stay and a very slight decrease in their average number or their number of intakes. You all asked them again to identify local factors that may be contributing to their year-over-year rise in prison usage. And they responded that a change in prosecution, a high number of vacancies in the DA's office, and limited defense services are reflected in their prison use change.
Klamath County is recommending to fund 2 programs now. I'll note that at the bottom bullet point, they are no longer proposing to fund the pretrial program because OJD will take over operations of that in December. So that is a change reflected from their preliminary to the final. For the jail sanction capacity and treatment program, the feedback you all provided was that an assessment was needed for who would go ahead and participate in the treatment program within the jail. Here's the response. They indicated that the interested justice involved individual sends a request to the in-custody treatment to attend the in-custody treatment to the jail commander. If approved, the justice involved individuals is assessed using the LSCMI. If they are medium or high risk, then the justice involved individual qualifies to enter in-custody treatment. The next program that you all had questions about was the trauma responsive care coordination. The first piece of feedback here was to ensure that risk levels are not mixed in programming. We did confirm that they do not mix risk levels in programming. And then their initial categorization of this program, I believe, was restorative justice type program, and we asked them to recategorize that to more appropriately reflect that it was a treatment type program, which they did. More generalized feedback that you all provided. You indicated that the Klamath Lake Cares is the local children's advocacy center and may be interested in JRP victim services funding. As you may recall, in the preliminary application, we asked them to talk about how they made determinations on how to allocate their victim services funding locally. And Klamath County, along with several other counties, indicated that there was only the one provider. So the response here is that Klamath Lake Cares does offer advocacy and then refers out to other agencies for victim services. Klamath Advocacy Center works with both adults and children and has more options for victims to help them through the process. So that was their response to that particular feedback. And then the last feedback that you all provided was, in discussing the collaborative partnerships you have, address what efforts you have made to work with the Klamath tribes. The response said that Klamath Tribes is part of a daily meeting of partners that review everyone booked into the jail. The tribe also goes into the jail to do assessments to see if tribal members are eligible for treatment and assist them with the judicial process. So any questions or concerns about Klamath County's application? Okay.
What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's a strong application. I'm very curious to see the pretrial program change, what that looks like, but.
So Lynn County, they saw an increase of almost 400 prison months from July of 22 to July of 23, but remained just below their baseline as of July 2023. It appears that there may be a slight increase in their average length of stay, but there is certainly an increase in their intakes over that time period, both of which contribute to their overall increase in prison usage. Great. And so the same piece of feedback for the last couple counties was to identify local factors that may be contributing to their year-over-year rise in prison usage. And Lynn identified population increase in law enforcement staffing, commutations sent back to prison with larger sentences, and Measure 110 as contributing factors to their overall prison use increase.
For Lynn County, they're proposing to fund 3 programs, which we reviewed last time. For more generalized feedback, you said for the culturally responsive questions, look at additional partners beyond Lynn County Health Services and speak to what each partner is doing in addition to what help is needed. Here, they provided the responses embedded within each program piece here. So for program 1, they said that Chance, one of the contracted providers, offers individuals peer support that includes cultural and language needs. For their 3rd program, they indicated that ABC House has specific recruiting to expand upon the diversity of their board members and to seek out individuals from the Latinx community. CARDVA provides bilingual resources and language lists. I should say here that ABC House and CARDVA both receive victim services funding. They're local providers there. And Family Tree Relief Nursery hires peer mentors with lived experience, including culturally diversity.
I wasn't particularly happy with that answer.
Okay.
Chance works directly with this population of justice involved individuals. ABC House and CARDVA are really victim focused.
Yep.
They don't necessarily work with the justice involved individuals themselves. Family Tree Relief Nursery is a little bit kind of in the middle. I think they give us what we wanted to hear.
Would you like to see specific changes?
I just think especially for the Latino population, there may be other resources that they could use. There is an organization called Casa Latinos Unidos that that works with the Latino population in Lynn and Benton counties. That could reach out to them. I don't know.
Okay. So there's a couple ways to do this. We could. So you could formally, for example, place them on provisional, and then we could provide that feedback. You could also direct us to independently provide that information to them.
Yeah, I don't think I would necessarily go as far as provisional, but.
Okay. So the organization was Casas Latinos Unidos. Okay. We can pass that along.
Yeah, I think there's another Latino civic organization in Lynn County that's smaller and it's recently formed, but.
Okay, so generally speaking, take a look at what other organizations might exist to serve that population.
There's also the Lynn Benton Health Equity Alliance.
Okay. Great. Anything else? Okay. Multnomah County's next.
Right, so Multnomah County's prison usage increased by around 800 prison months from July to July, and they remained well below their baseline. It appears that a slow, steady increase in intakes has contributed to the majority of the overall prison use increase, as we don't see much of a change in their average length of stay, at least from 2022 to 2023.
So Multnomah County has their singular program, which they call MJRP, the Multnomah County Justice Reinvestment Program. For the feedback for that particular program, they we wanted to confirm that risk levels are not mixed in programming. They did indicate that they're not mixed in either supervision, skill development, or service settings. The other thing I wanted to flag here is that they provided supplementary documentation in one of the attachments to the formula grant that I think is a reflection of one of their budget requests, which was not detailed in their narrative in the preliminary. So they're partnering with MDI, one of their public defense providers, and to allocate some flexible funds to individuals charged with crimes but not yet sentenced. And they have a policy and procedure document, which I think is pretty strong from a grant management standpoint. So don't need to take any action on that. Just wanted to flag that that is new material that they have submitted in their application. Last piece of feedback here was to please explain the large increase in the time to disposition. Their full answer is on page 4, but they indicated that a backlog developed as a result of the pandemic. The median time to disposition for McJERP eligible cases increased from 188 days in the fourth quarter of 2019 to 510 days in the first quarter of 2023. Justice James, if I'm remembering correctly, this was a question you were keenly interested in. Did they adequately answer or provide the information that you were looking for?
I do think he might have needed to walk.
Oh, okay. So that is Multnomah County's. That is Multnomah County. That is, yeah. So unless there's something to flag here, Washington County.
Right, so Washington County also saw an increase in their prison usage of about 650 months from July to July. And it appears that both a slight increase, I know it's super tiny on this slide, but there's a slight increase in their average length of stay and an increase in their intakes, both of which have contributed to their overall increase in prison use.
Washington County, they have the IRIS program, the Integrated Reentry Intensive Supervision and Services. The feedback, however, was not specific to that. It was about whether or not the county would consider and accept short-term transitional leave candidates to be eligible to receive, or in order to be eligible to receive JRP funding, they had to consider and accept STPL. They, along with one other county, indicated that no, they didn't. So we had a conversation with them, and long story short, it was a misunderstanding of the question. They do, in fact, consider and accept short-term transitional leave. They just don't use JRP funding for it. So great news. That is an eligibility question. So now that they have addressed that accurately, we don't have any concerns with Washington County's application.
All right. So taking a look at Yamhill County, they had an overall 170-month increase in their prison use from July to July, and they were just under their baseline as of July 2023. It appears that there might be a slight increase in their average length of stay, but the driving factor for this overall increase in prison usage is their increase in intakes over the time period.
Yamhill County, they're proposing to fund, well, they did propose to fund 3 programs. They're now proposing a 4th new program, which is electronic monitoring / GPS program. They noted here that the JRP goals that would benefit from this new program is to reduce prison usage and recidivism, and that the target population would be medium and high risk individuals with a misdemeanor or felony conviction. And on short-term translate or releasing from DOC to Yamhill County. So this is a reentry style program. We don't have any concerns with this new program. In the grand scheme of things, it's a pretty small budget request. If there's no questions about Yamhill County, these are the 7 counties that were placed in standard analysis, and I guess I'd open it up to discussion.
I don't have any concerns with them, and he's gonna look up for the one question that I had, but yeah.
Okay. So recommend full funding.
Full funding, I'll abstain from that.
Okay. Do you want to abstain or just note a potential conflict?
Or note of potential conflict.
Works for me. Okay. So I guess I'll restate what you all are considering. You're looking at the 7 standard analysis counties and you're recommending full biennial funding for justice reinvestment. DA Perla,
Yes.
Chief Administrative Officer Lisa Norton,
Lost my mute button. Yes.
thank you. Executive Director Stewart,
Yes.
Director Gowie-Ram,
Noting a conflict with Washington County, yes.
okay. Commissioner Ozura,
Yes, noting the conflict with Benton.
okay. Sheriff Morrissey O'Donnell. Okay, motion passes unanimously. So that concludes the standard analysis that we had. We're scheduled here to take another 10-minute break. Let's power through. Okay, I'm seeing shake heads. So we're going to look at the below baseline decreasing usage, and we call these the qualitative analysis. So how we look at them is a little bit different, and we'll go ahead and move there. So the first county is a county that was an orange county that is now a green county, and I'll turn it over to Catherine.
Yeah, so as Ian mentioned, Douglas is the only county that moved from orange to green. And we see that from July of 22 to July of 23, they saw a decrease in prison use of about 400 months, and they also dropped below their baseline during that time period. It appears that their average length of stay has increased slightly. However, a decrease in intakes has resulted in overall decrease in prison use. So one piece of GRC feedback that you all provided to Douglas County was to please explain why the average sentence lengths are 6 months and 4 months higher than the statewide average for drug and property crimes respectively. So these are similar to the plot that we looked at for Jackson County. And the one on the top is for drug crimes and the one on the bottom is for property crimes. So on the top, we see that the statewide average, again, this will match what we saw for Jackson, was 31 months for drug crimes, and that Douglas County's average is actually 37 months, so 6 months higher than the statewide average. And then for property crimes, similarly, the statewide average sentence for property crimes was 23 months, while Douglas County's was 4 months higher at 27 months. And Douglas County's response to this feedback was that a significant portion of I-5 passes through Douglas County, and a few high-risk repeat offenders are included in the data, pulling the average sentence lengths up. Their full response can be seen on page 16 because we did summarize here if you're interested in more detail.
So for Douglas County, they, I believe they have 2 programs proposed. The first of which is residential substance abuse treatment. I'm going to refer to that as RSAT. That's how they refer to it locally. You provided some, I think, 3 pieces of feedback for them. The first of which is, given the items the county can control, please describe what steps the county will take to reduce barriers to participation in RSAT, thereby increasing the number of program participants. They indicated that the staffing team with the corrections department have looked at barriers to the program and when appropriate, looked at using a local inpatient treatment facility called Crossroads. The second piece of feedback here was to explain the total program capacity and the number of people offered RSAT as an alternative to prison and how many of them accepted the offer. They indicated that RSAT has a capacity of 6 for women and 12 for men. So this is in their local jail. In between January 2023 to September 2023, 19 people were deemed ineligible. You can see that full answer on page 14. And that only 2 people have declined the program since January 2023. And the participation varies monthly as follows. And I'll go ahead and just rattle these off. So in January, they had 4, February, they had 4, March, they had 6, April, they had 9, May, they had 10, June, 9, July, 8, and August, 7. The last piece of feedback with regards to RSAT was to please explain the high costs of the program. Explain why the high cost of the program is a justifiable use of state funding. The response here was that RSAT provides accountability, that that outside inpatient treatment does not provide, prison does not prepare individuals for release, but the RSAT program in jail is said to, quote, prepare them for release, set up transitional, safe and sober housing, and establish an immediate support system. Due to the RSAT program, Douglas County has shown effectiveness is greatly increased with the aftercare provided. So as a reminder, RSAT is the first part of this, and then once somebody graduates from RSAT, they're then placed into Douglas County's drug court. They noted in their application that the cost for RSAT is lower than residential treatment at Crossroads. They estimated that cost at $2 million for 8 clients for 2 years. And then the diverted prison time for the 7 people that graduated RSAT on September 5th, 2023 totals 406 months, they noted in their application. And then the last piece of the application was transitional housing program.
Do you know, do they track recidivism for the RSAT graduates?
They do indicate that they do have good recidivism numbers. We have not independently verified that. Do you want to?
No, I mean, I think they do track it internally, but we haven't looked at specifically their recidivism number.
Yeah.
It would be interesting to know.
Yeah. Are there any like analysis concerns about? I mean, I really don't know. So
So
go ahead.
would it be possible for us to look at that? Is that
Or
what you're saying? 'Cause, yeah,
or
we could.
like, is there a you couldn't do a randomized control trial, obviously, but would you find a proxy control group, or how would you compare
That's
it,
a
I
hard
guess?
question to answer
Okay.
on the spot, but I can
Fair
say
enough.
we could look at Douglas County specifically and their recidivism rates. We would have to have some information about who's in and not in RSAT and
Okay.
things like that. So it would take probably a meeting with them and having a longer discussion, but that could be done.
I would be interested because I mean, if they say shave that many hours off of months off of prison, and if they have a good recidivism rate, then they're hitting both ends of the purpose, right? That'd be something that really we should help and support, look at statewide. They're able to do that.
Okay. Any questions about the other feedback? Any issues? If not, we'll roll on. Okay. Class County.
All right. So Clatsop County saw a decrease in prison use from July of 22 to July of 23 of 14 months and remained well below their baseline. This is sort of an interesting one because in June, you all asked Clatsop County to identify local factors that may be contributing to the year-over-year rise in prison usage, which as of June, we were looking at April data and they did see a very slight rise in their prison usage. And so Clatsop County responded that the increase was only 11 prison months over the last year, which is accurate from April to April. And that is less than the average of 1 JRI sentence. Clatsop County is the smallest of the large counties with a population of about 42,000, and prison data for smaller counties can vary greatly as 1 or 2 outliers can skew the data.
For Clatsop County, they have 2 proposed programs in their formula application, the first of which is pretrial. The second of which is their downward departure program. I'll note here that their downward departure program, they're requesting funding, a braided funding style for both in their formula grant, and then for the first time, they're requesting funding in the competitive grant to help support this program. They noted here, or excuse me, you all noted, the feedback was to clarify if low-risk individuals are included in the program, and if so, ensure that risk levels are not mixed in programming. They indicated that, hey, we are not mixing risk levels. Only medium and high-risk individuals are included in the program. Coos County.
All right. So Coos County's a little bit similar to Clatsop in that we have this sort of like increase decrease question here where they from July to July saw a decrease in their prison use of 450 months and they remain well below their baseline there. In June, you all asked them to identify local factors that may be contributing to year-over-year increase. We have the May data available if you want to look at it, but it was an increase of 80 months from May of 22 to May of 23. And so Coos County responded that their prison usage has now decreased and that the local jail has expanded who they will hold.
So the interpretation then or the assumption then is that the local jail is now holding misdemeanor defendants that would have otherwise been committing felonies, now they're not going to prison.
I believe so. I believe that's what they're arguing.
Thank you.
So Coos County is recommending funding for 2 programs, and they both received feedback. The first of which is substance abuse treatment. Here, actually, the feedback is the same for both programs. It's to ensure that they're not mixing risk levels, and they indicated that they are not. So any concerns we had with their program are no more. So that concludes the, no, it doesn't. We're cruising along. Lunch isn't ready, so ignore that slide. So here are the counties that remained in qualitative analysis. And that's Columbia. It's me, sorry. I'm so used to turning to you. So as a reminder, because these are the counties that have been in qualitative analysis, we're not proactively providing any information to you from the data slides. We, of course, at any point can turn to the interactive dashboards to look at it, but because they're in the decreasing prison usage and below their baseline, we're not showing you any of that. So for Columbia County, the only piece of feedback here was that the county must consider and accept short-term transitional leave candidates to be eligible to receive JRP funding. They, like Washington, fixed that question to accurately reflect how they handle things. So they do, in fact, consider and accept short-term transitional leave. Lincoln County, the only piece of feedback here was that if you partner with the tribe, please mention them as a partner and describe that partnership. Here's the response. They said that the LPSC, the Local Public Safety Coordinating Council, has worked to build a stronger relationship with the treatment provider that is run by tribal members. So any questions or concerns with Lincoln County?
Ian, I'm going to go ahead and just state it again. Treatment provider run by tribal members is different than getting input from the tribe.
Agreed. We'll follow up with them on that. Okay. Marion County. So Marion County regularly wins the award for the largest number of programs. I won't go through each of those programs, but for the programs that did receive feedback, the transition from jail to community program, here the concern was to make sure that they're not combining risk levels. They indicated that when population levels prevent the transition center from offering group services for low-risk individuals, services are offered on an individual basis. So our concern there was alleviated. For the Marion County Adult Specialty Court, again, I had questions about risk level. And they said that while the specialty courts accept individuals of all risk levels, the treatment providers for each court provide services to participants based on their risk levels. So there's no mixing in treatment. For Marion County, the last piece of feedback here was more generalized, and it was given your response to the input of historically underserved communities and partnership question, please clarify if each of the programs do or do not provide culturally specific services. And if they do, please highlight the specifics for each program. They said that the county confirmed, or rather, I guess we're saying that the county confirmed in their application that none of the JRP funded programs provide culturally responsive services as defined in Senate Bill 1510. However, the Sheriff's Office, which administers the grant, has several community forums where it shares information and listens to partners to improve the services provided. Any questions or concerns?
What does that mean?
We can turn to that section.
Those back, please.
Yeah. Let's see here. They meet quarterly with the Community Advisory Committee. The committee is made up of a diverse group of community members who help identify community concerns related to public safety services and livability issues, and then to provide periodic updates to JRI services. The Community Corrections Division also participates in the Marion County Reentry Initiative. As part of the initiative, a diverse group of community partners gather to share information on local services. During these gatherings, the Community Corrections Division provides information on justice reinvestment services.
I don't see how any of that helps individuals going through the process with culturally specific or culturally responsive information or services.
Yeah. So in talking with them, I think some of this may be a reflection of the interpretation of 1510. So it has a somewhat narrow definition of what classifies as culturally responsive. I know that they do provide individualized, like tailored services to an individual's circumstances, whether that's race, ethnicity, language barriers, those kinds of things. So I do tend to agree that the response provided is maybe not perfectly complete is how we would like it. I'm less concerned about the actual services provided.
I just didn't understand what it meant.
Yeah.
So. Unless the services provided meet the requirements.
Yeah, that's not to say that there can't be improvements, but yeah. Other questions or concerns? And I mean, we can also, like we did for Lynn, reach out to them and.
I think that would be a good idea. You know, I think the question of interpretation of the question should be better understood. So
Sure.
We are getting a more uniform response from folks. They're a pretty legalistic bunch there in Marion County.
Yeah. Okay, we'll work with them and yeah.
Sorry, English.
So Umatilla County, they have multiple programs. However, you didn't provide any feedback to any of the programs that are now existent. They did have in the preliminary application the downward departure program, but they actually, that is not something funded out of justice reinvestment funding. That is a program that they have funded independently. That of course supports the justice reinvestment program, but it is not justice reinvestment funded. The more generalized feedback was to please provide examples of culturally responsive services offered for each program. For the drug and alcohol treatment, they indicated that individuals with cultural or specific linguistic needs are referred to outside resources when required and have bilingual staff. For the care program, they said that when applicable, the care worker works with the clients to ensure that they are receiving culturally responsive and appropriate services. The care program utilizes RealD, which is a tool that the Oregon Health Authority has come up with. And so with utilizing that tool, they're able to direct individuals to available culturally responsive services. And then lastly, the piece of feedback here was to please detail your partnership with the tribe. They noted that the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation has a seat on their local public safety coordinating council. And then as of this biennium, the tribal victim service provider now receives GRP funds. And as a result, they will also join the LIPSIC. And then on page 27, they noted that the Yellowhawk Clinic of the tribe provides culturally specific services to clients where applicable. Any questions or concerns with Umatilla County?
Just a quick question, maybe just education for me. So going back to that top one, when they say drug and alcohol,
yeah,
they refer to outside source resources. What's, are we looking at pre-trial? Is this post-prison? And is there anything on those referral and how long people are waiting on lists? Is there any sort of, any data, anything to support that it's actually effective?
Yeah, let me reacquaint myself with it. Okay, yeah, so if I'm, okay, so the day management program and the jail treatment program kind of work hand in hand. One is obviously in custody, jail treatment. The day management program is cognitive behavioral treatment. Let's see here. I think it's after. I know it's out of custody, but I'm trying to remember if it's re-entry or not.
My primary concern with a referral is, given the workforce issues that we have throughout the state, losing people because they're on a list somewhere and having that somehow impact the data and efficacy of the programs that they're trying to, if they're going to a third-party resource that does not have the capacity to provide those resources.
Yes, in which case I do not have an answer or context to that.
Okay.
But I would expect that every parole and probation office would be struggling with similar issues and then working through those as well. Because if they can't get one of the clients into treatment, that's a big problem. So, yeah. Other questions, concerns with Umatilla?
Just a comment, this is one of the proposals that is very sparse on details. It can be very difficult to answer questions. Its answers are very short.
Which one? Oh, or the totality of it.
Yeah.
Anything else for you, Matilda? Okay, so that actually takes us to the end of the qualitative review. How are people feeling about these counties?
I don't see anything that warrants provisional funding.
Right, but
Okay.
they're below baseline, they're decreasing usage. If the goals being met, then why would it be interfering?
Okay.
Yeah.
So all of the feedback that was provided, answers were met. Expectations, I guess. How about that?
Well, there were some questions that.
Right, so I'm following up with Mary and Lincoln, thank you. Yep. But beyond that, we're good. Okay, is that true, virtual? Yeah. So I'm hearing recommend full funding for the 7 counties. If there's no issues, we'll go ahead and go to a vote. District Attorney Patty Perillo.
Yes.
Chief Administrative Officer Lisa Norton.
Yes.
Executive Director Sarah Stewart.
Yes.
Director Nick Gowie-Ram.
Yes.
Commissioner Ojero.
Yes.
And Sheriff Morrissey O'Donnell. I don't think she's yet joined us. The reason why I'm reading her name, she will be joining us. But in case she joins when I don't notice, I wanted to close that. Anyways, that motion passes unanimously. So we can go ahead and move on to the counties with populations less than 35,000. Okay. So similarly, we will not be presenting any data with the exception of one county. So Baker County is up first. For their downward departure program, the feedback provided was to describe how the district attorney and the deputy district attorney decide who receives a downward departure. Here's the response, which you can find on page 5. They said each case will be individually staffed with a PO and the district attorney and the client. Information will be gathered to determine the most beneficial and appropriate direction to approach each case.
What are the? So one case will have all 3. Do they have enough district attorneys to do that? Okay, that's what I'm asking. Well, what's the case of the district attorney ratio, and does that actually make sense?
When they say the DA and deputy district attorney, it might actually just be those 2 individuals in the office.
Okay, that's it. That's my assumption. They're trying to get the ratio to the cases, so.
Yeah.
And it's the same for our downward departure programs. Parole and probation is pretty much the determinant. They do risk assessments and all of that to determine if someone's appropriate.
Okay, thank you.
And this program is new as of this biennium. And so they're, if I'm remembering correctly, they're hiring the PO that will now, is a new PO that will work specifically with this. Next up, jail moral recognition therapy. The feedback here was to ensure that risk levels are not mixed. And they said that each meeting is designed for the same risk level and they are not mixed. For their general supervision program, New Directions Treatment Services, they similar concern, making sure that risk levels are not mixed. They said that they are not mixed as soon as they know the risk. For further feedback on that one, we wanted to clarify that the corrections program checklist score was for New Directions in 2022, what the score was, describe what steps they were taking to improve. So as a reminder, that is an assessment conducted by the Oregon Department of Corrections, where they look at providers that interact with individuals on supervision. And it is not uncommon for providers and county programs to receive low scores. The real question is what they do with that low score. And so here, New Directions Treatment Services, they received an overall score of 41%. However, the steps to improve include ensuring that the LSCMI or the WARNA assessments are received prior to each client receiving services, ensure all groups are separated by gender, and working on upgrading staff education and experience. And that is Baker County. Next up is Crook County. Here they clarified that their downward departure deputy district attorney for the formula program only includes men as a target population. They have separate requests for the competitive. They also noted that the deputy downward departure parole and probation deputy, we wanted to clarify if the WARNA, the Women's Risk Need Assessment, will be used pre-sentence for women. They indicated that no, actually they use the LSCMI and indicated that it is in fact a validated risk tool for all genders. That is true. We confirmed that with the Oregon Department of Corrections. And that's used for screening all potential individuals prior to entering the JRP program. Later on, they do use the WARNA, but they just don't use it pre-sentence. And that is it for Crook County. Any questions, concerns? Gillum County. Their Norcore recidivism reduction program, the question here was to answer the recidivism question with information about Gillum County, not Wasco County. So as a reminder, there's 5 counties that participate in Norcore, Northern Oregon Correctional Facility. And I suspect that for a couple of these applications, the same individual is writing different county applications. So here's the response. Data collected has shown a consistent reduction in jail recidivism as compared to control groups, and the program has contributed to a reduction in Gillum County's prison use. We've not been able to independently verify that, but Gillum County is one of those counties that receives the $100,000 minimum. So next feedback is Columbia Gorge Children's Advocacy Center, also known as Safe Space, is the local child advocacy center and may be interested in JRP victim service funding. They indicated that the county considered the Safe Space Child Advocacy Center and determined that their need and use of this provider did not rise to the level of a funding consideration. Lastly, they, in the question about collaborative partnerships, detail what community-based partnerships they had. Here they noted community counseling solutions, Gillum County Public Health Department, Safe Space Child Advocacy Center, local faith-based churches, Arlington Health, and a reliance on small community support systems operated by resident volunteers. Any questions, concerns? Okay. So in nearby Hood River County, they also have a Norcore recidivism reduction program. Here, the concern was to describe if there are limits to which adults in custody can participate. For example, and Representative Conrad, this maybe raises a point you raised earlier. For example, are individuals held pretrial eligible? Do adults in custody need to have a sentence for a certain period of time, for example, 5 months, to be eligible? They indicated that if the length of stay is unknown, or as long as it is at least 30 days, then all those that are higher medium risk are eligible, including those held pretrial, sentenced, or sanctioned. Their next program is short-term housing. Here, we wanted to clarify if there are other non-short-term transitional leave individuals eligible to receive the housing subsidy. They said that the target population for the program are those releasing on short-term transitional leave. But however, if a room is vacant, non-STTL cases are eligible, focusing on those who are medium or high risk and are houseless or pose a community safety risk and are releasing to Hood River County. Next up is Lake County. The feedback here was about their child advocacy center, similar to what we flagged for Klamath. They indicated that the two selected victim service providers are those that provide services to the adult population, which is what the JRP program focuses on. So for that reason, they chose those two. Excuse me. GRC feedback. Please provide further explanation how the county seeks input of historically underserved communities and community partners. They said to follow up on the participant survey conducted 4 months prior to the preliminary application. They quote, plan to do another survey within the next few months and will reach out and include our underserved population. Our community partners are part of the survey population, and we will tailor this survey towards not only participants, but for partners, folks who have completed the program and those in the program. We will also include our LipSIC in the survey so they too are informed and involved. Any questions, concerns there? Oh, Lisa, sorry. Hopefully your hand hasn't been raised too long.
Oh, about 3.5 hours, and boy, is my shoulder
Oh, yep,
tired.
okay, all right.
I don't think the last point here hits at what we were trying to get at it, or maybe I'm missing something. I thought the point was to think about the community and community partners. A survey, I don't know if that's gonna get at that. I don't know. I don't know what other thing, but I don't know what's wrong with actually identifying different community partners or communities and what they're gonna do.
Mm-hmm. Would you like us to follow up with them on that?
Oh, I think I'd like to see a more specific plan for what are the communities that they're attempting to connect with? What are they and what are they doing to get that connection? Does that make sense?
I think so. Do you want us to, or do you want them to specifically articulate who are the underserved communities that they're working with?
Well, and how they're gonna, so for example, as a tribe, sending me a survey is probably not gonna get adequate input versus picking up the phone and calling me and saying, can we set up a time to talk? Does that make sense?
It does, yes.
And so I would like to see more targeted efforts to seek input of those underserved communities and community partners, not just send a survey out. I think that would resolve it for me.
Yeah. Let me, so on page 13 of their application, they provide a little more information beyond what, and this still may not address your concern, Lisa, but I do want to read it. They say, with the survey information, we got together as a group and brainstormed ideas and took a lot from what the participants had recommended to update our systems of rewards and incentives. And then they mentioned that they spent a lot of time meeting with participants in the office as the assigned probation officer has been out. I guess even still, it's pretty focused on clients. Okay. Anything else? And actually, I guess you don't have to tell me yet, but maybe think about if you'd like that as a provisional recommendation or just something that we as staff go out and do.
I think it should be a provisional recommendation.
Okay. Next up is Malheur.
Yeah, so this is the one small county that you all provided a data-specific piece of feedback to. So for Malheur County, you all asked them to please explain what steps they are taking to address the disparity in sentencing for the Latino population, particularly for the male population here. So on the left-hand side, it's very similar plot to what we saw for Jackson County. I think one of the concerns that you all had too was that Malheur is a much smaller county and we see some even higher magnitude years here. But the trend is that they have seen, positive values for this number of Latino men who would need to receive probation instead of prison sentences in order to achieve parity with white men in sentencing. And their response was that they address language barriers by producing brochures in Spanish, detailing available resources, and employ persons who are bilingual at the Public Defender's Office, DA's office, and community corrections.
Lisa?
Yeah, so one of my struggles with this is that producing brochures in Spanish is probably not going to cut it for two reasons. Number one, most of the people that are Latinx populations, Spanish is a second language. And then the other piece of that is folks coming here from Central and South America, sometimes they're, I'm trying to say this very respectfully, they don't have the education levels that would allow them to read that brochure in the first place. So I feel like that's not effective. I think employing people who are bilingual is a great first step, but they're working to do that, right? So I'd like to see a more specific plan that doesn't include just putting things in Spanish, because that's not going to address the issue. Rather than that, so I don't have an exact answer, but that's where I'm going with that.
Other thoughts or concerns?
I would echo that, but just translating materials is not enough. Really do have to have bilingual multicultural staff or case manager or, people available to understand the needs of that population. And I don't know, I don't know Malheur County, I don't know whether mostly need Spanish speakers, my mom or other, but yeah, it's something that we definitely came across during COVID, because there are more languages spoken than we realized.
Yeah. Okay. So programmatically, they are requesting funding for 2 programs. The first is their downward departure program. The feedback you provided them was to please describe how the district attorney decides who receives a downward departure. They noted on page 12 that there is not a specific policy, but the district attorney may use downward departures for many reasons. More generalized feedback you provided was to please explain what input you seek from historically underserved populations other than those on supervision. Page 17, they said that the survey that people on supervision take will also be available on the sheriff's office website and Facebook page for the community to take. And that rounds out Malheur County.
I think one thing that would be helpful in evaluating some of these answers are what their FTE are. How many people do they actually have? How many open positions do they have, and how long those positions been open?
Parole and probation specifically.
Parole and probation specifically, and they talk about the DA as well.
Okay.
Because as you go looking at that, it'd be great to have these buckets checked. But if there's nobody to fill that bucket, nobody to fill these roles for these programs to do more than what they're already doing, you have to evaluate based on context. And you need to have that context to really figure out, are they doing the best that they absolutely can with the resources they have? Or is there other help that, you and your staff might be able to provide them to do a little bit better?
Yeah.
The other piece of context they point out, their application is their border status. Out of the 93 justice involved individuals, there were 93 justice involved individuals that were on the interstate supervision. That's got to be messing with their ability to serve people as well.
Mhm. Lisa?
So I would say yes, and we know to be true. Are we talking about Mount Huron right now? Because I think there's two things
We
here.
are.
First of all, capacity, yes, but also there's language lines that speak different languages beyond Spanish. So that could be addressing those populations specific individuals. But I think the other thing is I completely disagree with this last bullet point that putting a survey on the website, that is assuming people will go to the website and Facebook, assuming people will be able to understand the website and Facebook, and that it's written in a language that they can respond to. So I would think that that is absolutely not appropriate to get input. I think it would be incumbent upon Malheur to say who are the historically underserved populations in our county and devise a plan that specifically outreaches to those communities.
Ian, who provides that who could provide that technical resource to them?
To help them conduct outreach to.
And help them come up with, again, based on their resources availability. Because I agree with Lisa and her comments, who can provide technical resources so the folks know what the option of menus are out there for them and figure out what the best path to go forward is.
We certainly couldn't provide some technical assistance. I imagine the Department of Corrections, not to put them on the spot, but I imagine their Community Corrections Division could also provide some similar perspectives. I don't know outside of, if other, for example, professional associations might have resources that, sheriff's offices or district attorney's offices could leverage. I'm unaware of anything like that. So DOC and CJC are what come to mind principally.
Thank you.
Other comments, concerns, questions with Malheur? So for Sherman County, they're requesting funding for a work crew program. Our recommendation was simply to make sure that it was categorized as a work crew program, which they did make that change. For more generalized feedback, we did flag for them that Safe Space is their children's advocacy center, and they may be interested in funding. They said, they actually corrected us, which was great. They said, actually, Sherman County is not part of Safe Space's territory. Our CAC is actually Kid Center in Bend. And we feel that our Department of Justice funds adequately support this valuable program for our level of usage at this time, which I think is fair to push back on us on. The other last piece of feedback for them was, please elaborate on what your community-based partnerships look like. They said justice system partners have calls and meetings on local issues weekly. Norcor has a community resources team where citizens from Wasco County are actively involved in monitoring conditions. Now, before you laugh, so Sherman County is now, their parole and probation services are jointly provided with Wasco and Sherman. So they used to contract services with a tri-county consortium. They now contract with Wasco. So, which is why Wasco's answer here makes more sense than you might think. So, where citizens from Wasco County are actively involved in monitoring conditions and have dialogue with management team and staff and report to the Norcor board meeting. Obviously, for those on supervision, Wasco is a significantly larger population than Sherman. So, but yes, I at first cocked my eye and then I remembered, oh yeah, they're combined now. Any questions, concerns, comments for Sherman? Okay, next up is Tillamook. So as a reminder, Tillamook County, they did receive 1-year provisional funding, and then they ultimately did not receive 2nd-year funding for the 21-23 biennium. However, they were allowed to spend down any remaining funds, which they've been doing. So this is them reapplying, I guess. So they've made a few changes. Among them is that they have the JRP program. One of the pieces of feedback that you all suggested was to ensure that supervision is tailored to the risk, needs, and responsivity of the individuals. They did indicate that that is the case. They have several programs called Bright Futures with different modifiers on it. The first one that we'll review is the AIC, so Adults in Custody Professional Development. This is a work crew program, so there's a bit of discussion when we met last time on this topic. It was to please clarify what inmate worker program is and the aspects that differentiate it from a purely a work program. For example, is something being provided on an ongoing basis to participants? Are there workshops? How is this different from a normal work crew program? On page 10, they indicated that people on work crew receive professional development services.
What does that mean?
Let's take a look.
Yeah, it sounds like resume writing.
Yeah, including resume building, interview skills, as well as work experience, as they will be assigned various duties around the facility and grounds. AICs will leave custody with a resume and certificate of program completion in hand. Jail staff will call the formerly incarcerated individual 30 days after release to see if employment was obtained. Next is their Dewey supervised caseload. Here they clarified the Dewey supervision program is limited to residents, or if it includes those who are not residents as well. They indicated that they supervise Dewey cases in which the individual is a resident of Tillamook County. Obviously, Tillamook County is a coastal county community. A lot of people come in that are not residents. Here are 3 other programs that they had in their preliminary application, but then I will draw your attention to 2 newly proposed programs in their application. The first of which is court call notification. This is a pretrial type program. The goal here is to reduce prison usage, and the target population are any individuals eligible for release prior to arraignment. Then the last program is reentry and justice involved individual needs. Here, the goal is to reduce recidivism, and the target population are anyone who was previously incarcerated for crimes that are eligible for release prior to arraignment. So that's Tillamook County. Any questions or concerns or comments? Okay. Union County. So they have that's right. So Union County, actually, they received no feedback. However, they did provide some additional information that brought them back into this category where we're looking at them now. So the newly proposed programs are a pre-adjudication program. Here, the goal is to reduce prison usage, and the target population are low and medium risk individuals charged with property, drug, and driving crimes. And then a restitution program, which they've had up and running for several years to reduce recidivism. And then the target population here is high, medium, and low risk individuals on supervision for property, drug, and driving crimes. Any questions, comments, or concerns?
Just a definition. What's the difference between pre-adjudication and pre-trial? Is there a technical difference between those 2 things, or are they synonymous?
It is nearly synonymous. One, it could be that you pled guilty or been to trial, but you haven't been sentenced yet, which would be your adjudication.
So
it's a really narrow window.
thank you.
Wallowa County's next. For their general supervision program, we wanted to have them clarify or confirm the target population. They indicated that it's medium or high risk men, women, and non-binary individuals on supervision for property, drug, and driving offenses. More generalized feedback was to explain how the program provides culturally responsive services or change the answer to no. They indicated, so this was one of the 6 counties that we talked with. They indicated, no, actually, it is a culturally responsive program, and they use interpreters and train yearly on implicit bias in their community corrections office. Any questions, concerns, or comments with Wallowa? Okay. Wheeler County is the last in this group. The only feedback here was about Safe Space. They're a local children's advocacy center, and the Wheeler County indicated that they ran a competitive process for the first time, and actually Safe Space and the Gorge, Safe Space and Haven, two different entities applied. And the LIPSIC actually voted to award funding to Safe Space. So I don't know if you all flagging that as a opportunity was what precipitated it, but in any event, Safe Space was awarded funding. So that rounds out the applications. I imagine we want to have a little bit of discussion here. Did we not? Harney was no feedback, no.
Oh, okay.
So you voted on them first thing. Yeah.
Too many hours.
Yeah, I think that's a So how are people feeling about these counties?
I think that with respect to Malheur.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
With respect to Malheur, the answer about how they're addressing the needs of other resource communities is still a little bit lenient.
yeah,
But I don't think it merits additional funding.
okay.
It definitely merits conversation, just to better understand what they're doing and to indicate that, yes, posting a survey online is not
Mhm.
sufficient for some of these populations. But it's hard to know exactly what their population is either. And to go back to your comment, I need to understand their staffing capacity.
Yeah. Okay. Other comments or thoughts on Malheur? I know, Lisa, I believe you felt differently.
I mean, yeah, I think it needs to be reworked, but if the majority of people feel like it's okay and it doesn't warrant provisional, that's fine. I just think that we're going to continue to have this problem with, oh, we tried to get input and nobody took the survey or whatever. So, but if the majority of people feel like they want to go ahead and put this one through, that's what happens.
But my take would be put it all the way through, but ask your staff to help provide technical assistance and let them know what the menu of opportunities are. And some of it's just the experience of the folks out there and the time that they have. So looking at it in context for what they can do, with whatever they can do to best address Lisa's concerns and look at it from there.
Okay. So in a similar boat, we talked about Lake.
Yeah.
Same approach?
Yeah.
Okay. So of the handful of counties, large handful of counties, I'm hearing staff go ahead and provide technical assistance to Lake and Malheur, but everybody is recommended for full funding. Is that right? Okay. In which case, let's go ahead and do a vote. So right now, the question before you is, of these counties that are presented on the screen, the ones that have not already been approved that have a population under 35,000, the recommendation is full funding for the Criminal Justice Commission, or to recommend to the Criminal Justice Commission for full funding. So, DA Perlin.
Yes.
Chief Administrative Officer Norton.
Yes.
Executive Director Stewart.
Yes.
Director Gary Ryan.
Yes.
Commissioner Ozero.
Yes.
Sheriff Morrissey O'Donnell. That motion was unanimous. So we have received lunch for those of you who are present. We can take a break here. Actually, you know what? This will be super quick, and then we can take a break. So what you just reviewed was 33 applications. So there are 36 counties in Oregon. And so because this is a formula grant, there are some funds that are remaining. And so here we'll go ahead and present a few scenarios of what you could recommend to the commission on what to do with that funding. So when there is excess funding, Oregon administrative rule spells out what happens with that. When there's unallocated funding, there's two different ways for those funds to be allocated. The commission could either direct award to an existing grant program. So Trillium County, you're doing great work, have an extra 100,000. Or a competitive grant process where the commission directs staff to set up what is typically a pretty easy to fill out application, a streamlined application process, saying, hey, we want to do X, Y, and Z. Please give us money to allow us to do that. So that might.
Is there an option since the competitive grant that we're looking at today is like $11 million and asking $7 million of money? Could that money go into that competitive grant?
It could.
I like that idea.
Okay.
The other question, and Lisa, your input on it, direct award for those two counties that we're gonna be looking at that are smaller, that might have constrained resources to best meet your concerns. And if they were allocated, you know, an extra 50,000 or whatever the right amount would be to beef up their technical expertise and or website and or outreach.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking that same thing. Thank you for considering that. I'm actually, yeah, it's whatever the majority. I would like to see that, but I also think about that we do have a shortfall in the competitive process. So I'm torn between. And how much is it? Can we?
It is 780,000.
Okay.
So it's not going to close the funding gap with the competitive, but yeah.
But
What? That's not the answer to all of our problems.
Yeah, a little bit of extra funding for Lake County and Malheur County goes a long way, given their constrained financial resources.
Can we do both?
You could.
Because, you know, given Lake and Malheur are both kind of in that minimum funding.
They're actually both above it, but their Lake is just barely above it, and Malheur is. Malheur, I think, receives 250,000. Lake receives 150.
Okay. From each an extra 100, I mean, an extra 50,000. Is that enough to do something?
I don't know offhand, but potentially yes.
You have a hand raised.
Oh, Nate.
Yeah, I really like that idea of adding it to the pot of money for the competitive grant.
Okay. And to correct myself, Lake County is going to receive 177,000, and Malheur is way more than I expected, 680,000. So, sorry, to back up. So in any event, Oregon administrative rule, whether you direct award or you do a competitive process, it says that if funds otherwise would have been awarded to county programs, then priority distribution will go to counties funding programs for historically underserved communities. So there is that prioritization directive in rule. I'm not sharing. Well, they were excellent slides. Oh, wait, I'm just not connected. Thank you. How long have I been?
Oh, just recently.
Oh, okay.
Oh, shall I share?
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind. Says I have no internet. Okay, and then back again. So there is this requirement for prioritization. Sorry. So yes, this is about $780,000. As a reminder, what you did last biennium is that you all actually recommended to the commission to stand up a low barrier capacity building grant aimed at empowering counties to understand, build, and apply cultural responsiveness and equity through their existing justice reinvestment program. That worked pretty well for a lot of counties. The biggest piece of feedback we heard was that, hey, great, but this needs to happen sooner. Because it probably took us, I don't know, another 6 months or 9 months to get the money out the door, at which point the biennium's already, time is passing. So we've heard, especially now as the grant period is ending, we're hearing from counties, hey, could we extend? And there's not an easy way for us to extend. So if we were to move in that route, I guess I would recommending to us to get that money out the door quickly. And then the remaining funds became part of a supplemental round of funding, which was a competitive process used. The funding went to a whole host of different programs there. So that's all I have for the supplemental round of funding. I think it would be wise for the grant review committee to have a recommendation for the grant review committee. Lisa Norton.
Sorry. So I guess I have two questions. Number one, why do we have to direct you to get that money out the door?
You don't. No. Yeah.
Okay. And then I just want to make sure there wasn't anything I was missing. But then the other piece of that is, have we seen any real impact from the capacity building grants previous rounds?
We are starting to. They still have until the end of December until that grant period ends. Many of them contracted with independent consultants who worked with them through different processes. In one particular case, Washington County, they actually stood up a brand new program, which was specifically targeted to African-American men on probation. So there were some resources allocated for them to beef up that program. For most of the other counties that received funding, it was for genuine capacity building. So they either went towards training or they hired a consultant to help them think through, okay, how can we better serve the populations that we are working with?
So I guess my recommendation would be to roll these leftover funds back into this program and invite Lake and Malheur to do a application as well. I think it's one thing to say, okay, we're going to go ahead and fund you, but also it's on our radar that these are ongoing issues. And so here's a way to address it. And you might want to take advantage of that because in the future, that may not be acceptable response on your applications. That's just kind of how I feel. If we are starting to see some capacity building actually being done with these, I'd rather do it that way. That way we don't have to do up a whole new thing. That's just me. That's my opinion.
As somebody who has to participate in all of the creation of grant applications, I can tell you that every one of these is a lot of work.
Yeah.
And so to say we have $780,000 to split among 36 counties, and you need to do another grant application for it. I mean, I think that Lane County would probably do it because we've got a great staff person who dedicates, but my vote would be to just roll that money into the grants that have already been written and the work that's already been done, and then not to have to bring all of us back together for another grant review for $784,000.
For the capacity, I'm trying to remember now. I know we came back to you all for the supplemental round. I think for the capacity building, we just went to the community. No, we came here. We did come here. Okay. Yeah.
Do you have a sense, I'm an advocate for rural and frontier counties.
Yes.
Do you have a sense what would help them the most? And how can we make that quick and efficient on them so they can actually start delivering services and or developing the programs to deliver services and not work the administrative side to get there at some point? What would help them the most from your experience?
It's a great question. So parallel program, the Justice Reinvestment Equity Program. It's money that was awarded or allocated to the Criminal Justice Commission, but then administered by an independent nonprofit. They have they spent a lot of time reaching out to especially Eastern Oregon, trying to identify organizations that were already existing, providing services, and like encouraging them to apply for additional funds to be able to expand the services they provide. And they ultimately had no applicants from Eastern Oregon.
Wow.
Yeah, and they spent time out there. They made phone calls, video calls, and so, I mean, many of the concerns that have been articulated today about capacity, like finding enough staff, hey, we're busy already, like, at least hearing from that independent nonprofit, those were concerns that they heard from those entities that ultimately declined what might have been a likely source of funds to expand services. So, I mean, put succinctly, it's a Gordian knot, and there's not just an easy thread to pull.
No, my preference is a direct award, make it easy on them.
Yeah.
Give them that opportunity or ask them, we will award it to you if you want it, how will you use it? Make quick and easy and simple.
Sure.
Whatever it is, what we can do to help them out.
Specific to Lake and Malheur.
Lake Malheur specifically, because those were
Yeah.
the two concerns, and giving them a limited pot of funds for that.
Okay.
Ability.
For the capacity building grant, last time there were two possible awards. It was either 35,000 or 50,000, depending on which track they took. We could apply a similar model there where, okay. I heard 50,000 before. What about up to 50,000?
Up to, sounds good.
Okay. Lisa, does that sound okay for you?
Works for me.
That's so up to 50,000. So we're of the 784,000, we're carving out 100,000 for Lake and Malheur for capacity building. And then what I'm hearing the consensus is the remainder, so 680,000 rolling into the competitive. Okay, so it is my responsibility as staff to address potential wrinkles. So here is a wrinkle. Oh, no. So this is a recommendation on what to do with the funding, and what we will be doing right after lunch is allocating competitive funding. And so there's like a chicken and egg situation where in theory, the commission could decline your recommendation on what to do with this funding, in which case we're $600,000 short of the competitive. So there's not an easy solution there, but I do want to be transparent on that. That is a possibility.
Just have to make contingent recommendations after lunch.
Works for me.
For you and staff and for the commission review, is it helpful if the vote is this, which means our current budget, and then this as an optional?
Yes, that would be helpful.
To spell it out specifically.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then in that case, you're functionally ranking priority as well. Okay. Do we have what we need? Okay. No, I feel comfortable with this recommendation, so we'll go ahead and, well, do you feel comfortable? Okay, then yes, we feel comfortable. So do you want to go to the next slide? Oh, come on. I even stuck a slide in there. Anyways, 20-minute break for lunch. I know that's the wrong slide. Yeah. So it is now, let's say it's 12. So let's reconvene at 12:20. So 25 minutes.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back from lunch break. So for the remainder of today, we will actually be talking about the Justice Reinvestment Competitive Grant. So the recommendations that you all deliberated on and decided on this morning were for the formula grant. And so for those of you in the room, we have provided you some printouts on some select slides from this introduction. For those of you joining virtually, that material was sent to you in an email this morning, I think at 7:58. And so we'll go ahead and go through this material to orient ourselves to the Justice Reinvestment Competitive Grant. So the key thing here is to recognize the difference between the competitive grant and the formula grant. And so one way to think of this is as colored pencils. So the competitive grant is complementary to the formula grant, but of course it's different, and it's different in some important respects. So obviously the most prominent difference between them is the funding mechanism. Formula is allocated formulaically to the counties, whereas competitive counties must compete against themselves. But the focus of it is also significantly different. So for the formula grant funds, it funds a variety of programs, which you could think of as colored pencils. So you have a red colored pencil that might be pretrial, a yellow colored pencil that is housing, a blue colored pencil that is downward departure, and so on and so on. You have peer mentors that are funded, and a whole host of other programs that are funded out of the formula grant, which you saw a variety of. So the competitive grant is narrowly focused on just the one type of program, which is the downward departure program. And so while the formula grant program can fund the whole, the competitive grant program is just funding one type of program, the downward departure program. Here's the relevance language from the grant solicitation by which we are judging applications. It says here, the competitive grant is a companion grant that specifically supports downward departure prison diversion programs. Unlike the formula grant, the competitive grant awards are not fixed by formula. The following requirements apply to competitive grant awards. So formula funds awarded must be used to A, support key personnel that increase local capacity to engage in a downward departure prison diversion program. So that's a key question we need to answer. And then B, provide training directly related to the development or operation of a downward departure prison diversion program. And then lastly, no less than 10% of funds awarded must be distributed to community-based nonprofit organizations that provide services to victims of crime. So of the money that we're looking at today, we have already taken out the 10% for victim services. So we don't need to do any math on the back end. That money is in reserve, ready to be allocated once we determine how much money each county gets. Now, that being said, we still have 15 applications. Last biennium, we received 13. This is an increase of 2, and the total requests are significantly outstripped available funding. So we have received $11.7 million in requests. We're looking at a funding shortfall of $4.4 million. Now, as we think about key personnel in that question, one of the things to consider are some of the language in the grant application itself around service capacity. So the application says competitive grant funding may not be used to support wraparound services or sanctions for program participants, such as treatment, housing, or peer mentors. Applicants are strongly encouraged to use their formula grant justice reinvestment programs to build appropriate local service and sanction capacity. So, and then after this introduction in the competitive grant application, there are specific questions around substance use treatment, housing, peer mentors, mental health treatment, local sanctions. So those are all services and sanctions that are expected as to be there to provide the services for the downward departure programs. So our recommendation right from the get-go, we do have a base funding recommendation. Later on, we will present some more detailed recommendations or several options for you to consider. But right from the get-go, we are recommending that you only fund personnel requests and associated training and travel. So what this would practically mean is that no equipment requests would be funded, no supplies, no administrative costs, no bar dues, and then there was one county, Jackson County, that stuck their victim services request in their program budget. So we would also recommend not funding that out of these funds. We would fund them out of a separate set of funds. And then as maybe a follow-up to that, we would recommend only funding training and associated travel requests that are tied to individual personnel requested through the competitive grant. So there may be personnel that support a downward departure program, but if it's not funded out of this grant, we recommend not funding it out of this bucket of money. Additionally, for all new positions, so positions that are newly created, we recommend funding for only 18 months. It does take 4 to 6 months to hire a position, especially in this tight labor market. We've done some consultation with several counties, and the 18-month figure is a pretty good figure from what we've heard from the county. So in some cases, there were counties that say, hey, this is a new position. We want funding for 24 months. We're going to recommend only 18 months of funding to better allocate the resources to where the needs are. So if you were to adopt this base recommendation of funding, you would close the funding shortfall from 4.4 million to 3.5. So obviously it's not closing the gap entirely. We do have other recommendations later on, but we believe that this is the first set of recommendations that you need to consider. And so we as staff would love to hear your thoughts about this, whether or not you accept these base recommendations.
I think it seems like a reasonable thing to do.
Okay.
It funds the core capacity in order to run the downward departure programs.
Yeah.
And I think that's what it sounds like this is intended to do.
Yep. Okay. Does anyone feel differently?
Can I reserve the right to feel differently? I don't know enough about what a downward departure program looks like to know if these are applicable to all of them, or if there's one that's gonna be like, yeah, no, we really should do something different to make it work.
You can. I guess from our purposes, we would like the adoption of the recommendation, because here in the next room, we have a multi-sheet, significantly large Excel spreadsheet that's running calculations in real time. And so we can go back and undo things. It's just rather difficult to do that for these ones. We can, for example, take a peek at every single one of these requests though. Right now.
My recollection, since I just read through them all yesterday, was that most of the other funding that is not for staff and funding for staff, for training and travel. There was one county that requested a car. There were people that did include administrative costs. There were some bar dues, as you mentioned. That was only one county. So yeah, I didn't see the news. Program critical.
So let's just walk through them. So administrative costs, that's, to help with the operation of the grant management, which, I mean, you'll hear me say this multiple times today, but none of these requests are bad. It's just that some of them fall outside what we believe is the scope of the program. And for others, there's just not enough money. So, but again, none of these are bad requests. So administrative costs, that's for sure, like the grant management. For equipment, we got here the car and then flex funds. So support money, gas card or clothing, and computer, phones, and workstation. So they're hiring a personnel.
There was a lipstick coordinator one too.
Oh, I don't remember that, but that's probably true. Let's see, supplies, we've got. Oh, you know what I just read to you is all equipment and all supplies. And then bar dues, there was a request for bar dues for one of the district attorneys or deputy district attorneys, and then the victim services was just they put it in the wrong budget request. So do you feel?
I feel better.
Okay.
Thank you.
So unless I'm hearing any disagreement, we will move forward with the assumption that we just saved ourselves $0.9 million, 900,000.
Yeah.
Oh, Nate, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring up one of the topics that keeps getting brought up, at least for our industry, is the concern about recruitment. And I think it spans across all of law enforcement and within our system. So my only hesitancy on moving forward with that recommendation is I'm wondering if we could have some allowances for the equipment piece of things, because that seems to be more of a readily available purchase and getting this money out the door to some of the jurisdictions, as opposed to going through a recruitment process and then finding that there's not a lot of appetite to even apply and recruit for those particular positions. So that'd be my only hesitancy on this recommendation, that there's not a whole heck of a lot of capacity to recruit quickly for these types of positions.
I have a follow-up question. How many of the FTE that are in these competitive grant proposals are new FTE? I think my sense was that a lot of them were continuing.
Yes, most are continuing.
So only one county requested a vehicle, and those kind of unfair.
Yeah, of the equipment and supplies, only 2 of the counties made that request. So go ahead with this assumption. I keep on pointing.
Yeah, if there's only 2, sorry, there's only 2 counties that made that additional request outside of the personnel, then let's go ahead and move forward with this recommendation. That's my opinion.
Okay, great. So we now have, what did I say? $3.5 million of a funding deficit. So there's a few different ways to close this funding deficit. First and foremost, and probably of most importance for today, is the consideration of what personnel requests count as key personnel, because that's baked into the solicitation. So that is the key determination that you have today. Now, we will in just a moment talk about one way to think about key personnel that we have come up with, but that I think is because it is an eligibility question, it is of paramount concern to you all. Now, even if you consider eligibility and identify what is key personnel, chances are you may need to further prioritize funding. And so here's 4 different ways to think about that. You could, for example, eliminate select counties from consideration entirely. There's 15 counties being requested. You could say, we don't like counties with the letter C in their name, so they're not getting funding. Benton County made out okay, Lane made out okay, but others, that is not our recommendation, but that could be.
Go with that.
Yeah. Serving your constituents. You could also do a uniform reduction to all counties. Or you could do a reduction in funding award to all counties of a certain type. So maybe all urban counties get a X% reduction, or all counties that have made a request for a probation officer get this kind of a reduction. You could slice and dice it any number of ways. And then, of course, lastly, a combination of all of the above. Depending on the different scenarios that we select, it'll be harder to close the gap than others. So we might need to think more creatively of how we do close this funding deficit.
Which are the 2 first-time counties?
Clatsop in Washington. And I probably shouldn't have chosen C as an example. X, how about X? And Washington is a new applicant this biennium. So last biennium, they did not apply. However, the prior biennium, they did. And then some of the requests are substantively different from last time, but they are recurring or returning applicants.
Can I clarify real quick? So
Yeah.
returning applicants meaning that they're looking to get continuation funding for programs they've already approved?
Yes.
So to me, I think those should, if they've already received funding previously,
Mhm.
if their programs have shown efficacy, if they're doing the good things, to me, those should be getting a higher priority in funding to keep those continuing and not to lose something that they've already made grounds with.
Sure. Yeah. That could be one way you look at it. Absolutely.
There's also in terms of, I guess Clatsop was the only brand new county. Is there a huge opportunity there? I don't,
Oh,
in terms of, prison beds, say.
there could be. Yeah, we can look at a deeper dive when we get to Clatsop. Yeah. There's a few ways to think about who are key personnel. The way we have approached it, you could look at it any different ways. You could look at it as a cross section of the earth and its crust and the different levels of it. You could look at it as the ripples that emanate from when you throw a rock into a pond or a lake. I tend to think of this as a target, as like a bullseye. But we as staff, we've spent quite a bit of time looking at the different requests, considering how they are key personnel. And instead of doing a binary where we say, yes, no, it is key personnel or not, we have grouped them into 5 different categories. And we'll go ahead and talk through these different categories one by one. So for a downward departure program, we've identified 2 positions as core to that. The probation officer, because to what will they be downward departed to? Supervision. So you need POs to do that. And then who will be making that downward departure recommendation? The deputy district attorney. So we have placed them in the core. For contributing, we have placed a corrections technician, which in this particular county is functionally an extension of a probation officer. It assists a probation officer in executing on their duties. It allows them to do more than they could otherwise for a lower cost.
Just not sworn.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe so. Okay. Yeah. And then the next 2 positions, though they have different names, are functionally the same. Case manager and social worker, they help pre-sentence. They work with clients pre-trial and they facilitate getting defendants downward departures. So they're helping them get into treatment, helping them meet with lawyers, helping them get assessments, those kinds of things that then facilitate getting a downward departure. So that all happens pre-sentence. Now, the next category is supervisory. These are all managerial roles. And so they, in actually all 3 of these cases, they assist in the operation of a downward departure program within a community corrections office. For, I believe, for all of these requests, they are fractional requests. So it's a 0.3 FTE position of a supervisor. So they're not full-blown requests, but they are accounting for the costs of operation. So next is supporting. We have the client support specialist. This is a support specialist. Oh, this is like a peer mentor or a recovery mentor. So somebody after they've already been adjudicated, they're on supervision and they're providing peer recovery services. And so because it is post-sentence, we think it's a little further from the core, though of course still has value. The administrative analyst, that is actually more of like a housing liaison position. For one particular county, they have housing beds that are available, funded through the formula grant, but they need somebody to like coordinate all of that because they use private entities for that. And so this would facilitate somebody who is on a downward departure get into housing. And then corrections deputy / escort. This is, I believe, 1.3 FTE request, and this is pre-sentencing where somebody who is held pre-trial the corrections deputy is able to escort them to have meetings with their defense attorney or with the treatment provider, with, you know, these different things that might facilitate them getting a downward departure.
So they're still in custody, but they need somebody to be with them.
And this
Yeah.
was in Multnomah primarily.
Correct.
Right? And I can understand the multiple jails and
Right.
facilities and there's a lot of stuff in.
Yeah. And then auxiliary, here, we have these two positions, enforcement sergeant and behavioral health deputy. They are patrol deputies or patrol officers that work with clients after they are already on supervision. So they're principally focused on making sure that somebody doesn't abscond from supervision, for example. So they're in the community working with individuals. They, and we'll talk about the individual requests when we get to the counties, but the idea is that they have a finger on the pulse of the community and might know where these individuals are, so they can intervene earlier rather than later after they pick up new charges. Mental health registered nurse, that would be in the jail. So the next four positions. So deputy sheriff, mental health registered nurse, jail personnel, and residential counselors. Those are all in custody positions. So they're either in a jail or in a community correction center. And so this is when somebody is on supervision, it allows the capacity to for adequate sanctions. And so we stuck in an auxiliary simply because that is obviously something that is important to do, but is a key personnel. We had to draw a line somewhere. And then research analyst and data analyst. Those are help with the program management. They conduct research. They take a look at the data analysis of, you know, the interventions that they're doing, and it's overall program management. So.
Oh, I would respectfully say that having jail beds is more than auxiliary to keeping people in the community rather than sending them to prison. And with the cuts in CCA dollars, we've already lost our sanction beds. So if you cut jail personnel, there is nobody to provide that service to keep people in the community.
Yeah.
I mean, those jail beds are crucial to provide sanctions, and like in our 416 program, you serve time, clean time in a jail bed before you get released.
Yeah. And so this is simply one framework to think about it.
Right. I just, all of the pieces are really important. And when you start pulling threads out of some of them, whole programs can fall apart.
Yeah.
I think that is a really good question that I've been wrestling with also. I'm perfectly fine with pulling out all of the supplies and materials, you know, such. But we might be better off leaving it to the individual programs to make a decision about which positions are most important. They may be able to fund most of the deputy DA that is specifically dedicated to the caseload, but not the others, or vice versa. So I just don't know.
One of the challenges of that approach is that in some cases, the counties have already made that decision before they applied. You'll see that there's, I believe, 2 counties that only made 1 personnel request, where the cost of operating the program probably far exceed that. They just use other funding sources now. Obviously, every county is in a different financial position, so I'm not trying to make an apples to apples comparison, but that could prove more challenging for those counties that have already made that choice.
And that's another piece of information that, you know, we lack. I made notes for myself about how much each county was asking. Is there any kind of guidance about how much a county asks?
So we do not provide it. Yeah, you're absolutely right. We, our instruction to the counties is to ask for what they need. And I think the asks are reflective of that, which of course makes the $4.4 million funding deficit all the more stark.
Ian, I'm assuming I'm assuming that we don't know if there are alternate funding sources available for some of these positions that they're gonna go to.
No, it'd be conjecture at best. Yeah, I don't know.
And they didn't provide any of that.
No. The assumption I'm operating under is that they might be able to work something together, but if they're asking, it's need, which places us in a undesirable position. So we will come back to this framework of thinking about key personnel. But another way to consider this, and this we can do if you all request, well, actually, this is your slides already.
Yeah, that's okay. So we have some other ways possibly to think about county program overall, their performance. So beyond any decisions that you may make about key personnel, reorganizing those groups or doing what you need to do with that, there will likely or definitely be some remaining budget deficits to address. So we have a few different data tools available for you to help with some of that decision making if you decide you need them. So the use of these tools isn't actually included in any of our sort of already pre-made suggestions or ideas for you, but these are sort of like a backup. If we need to go to some really specific cuts, we can kind of jump into these. So these are a cost per diversion table, which uses the 21-23 biennium data and award information to sort of create this per county cost per diversion figure. And that's a really stark figure, and there's a lot of details that go into that. So if we decide to use it, I'll have a whole list of caveats for you all about how to use it. We have a supervision caseloads table, which takes each individual county's answers to a caseload question using the 23-25 applications. You probably have seen some of their answers to the caseload question in there. And then also we have a historical prison usage plot, which is just the same triaging tool we all looked at for the formula grant, but it includes all of the smaller counties as well who have applied for competitive funds. We hope that if you decide to use these, you will only use them sort of as tools for identifying which counties' applications you may want to dig into more specifically, and not as decision-making tools themselves. Like I said, there are some caveats for these. So if we decide to jump to any of these, I will have a long list of benefits and drawbacks we'll walk through before we sort of throw them up there and use them as tools for looking at potential decisions.
I think that's a good segue to just reiterate that the primary question is one of eligibility before you. So what counts as key personnel? And so we're now at a point in our presentation where we will go alphabetically through the counties unless we'd like to continue the discussion of key personnel. Okay. So the way we have this structured is that we will present their budget requests here visually on the bottom of the slide. This is their total request. So this includes, so for example, for Clatsop County, their last request there is program management, which costs $38,000. Based on the recommendations that you all adopted from us, that was an administrative cost, so we have removed that. So this light column here on the right is total allotted. That no longer has the $38,000 request. So not a huge savings, but there is some savings there. So Clatsop County, they're a new applicant, as I mentioned before. Their downward departure program serves medium and high risk individuals. They do utilize assessments, and they do not have a residency requirement to participate in the program. And they identified in their application that they do have the capacity to provide appropriate levels of services, sanctions, and supervision for program participants. And they noted that their downward departure program caseload would be 35 individuals per one probation officer. Now, for their personnel request, they're requesting a behavioral health deputy position. This behavioral health deputy will reinforce the importance of innovative, compassionate policing while placing significant emphasis on crisis intervention, mental health field contacts, and engaging participants to reduce time on abscond, no shows for treatment, and et cetera. We'll work closely with PO and local substance abuse / mental health treatment providers to encourage and support participants in their road to recovery and stability. For the probation officer, you'll note that they're only requesting half-time position. That's because the other half is requested in the formula grant. This will be a new assignment for an existing probation officer, and if awarded, CLATSUP will hire an additional probation officer to replace the caseload on the general caseload. So any questions, comments, concerns on CLATSUP?
Well, I have a bias that I think every county should have a downward departure program, so it just makes sense.
Yeah.
I can say that even though we don't, because we don't have a jail that allows for sanctions. So I would hesitate to penalize a county that's trying to stand up a downward departure program.
Okay.
Seems like a best practice.
Yeah. So next up is Columbia County. So their downward departure also serves medium and high risk individuals. They do utilize assessments. However, they have they do require that they must be a county resident to qualify for participation in this program. They indicated that they don't have sufficient housing capacity. They noted that housing needs currently outstrip current resources. This is particularly true for certain individuals charged with certain crime types.
Yeah.
And while Columbia County mentioned this in their application, I suspect that it is a challenge that many other counties are facing as well. For the program caseload, Columbia County is actually the lowest of the bunch. They identified that they would only be supervising 12 individuals per the PO. So the PO would be supervising 12 individuals on this downward departure program caseload. Their fund requests are threefold for personnel. First is the deputy district attorney. Second is the enforcement sergeant. Here, they work with the Justice Reinvestment team, giving them insight to what clients are doing on an ongoing basis. The enforcement sergeant is able to give real-time intelligence from all of the enforcement staff about the status of offenders in the community, and the team is able to get a more real picture as to what these high-risk offenders are doing. This position can assist in allowing swift and consistent imposition of sanctions and violations when necessary. The position adds to the Columbia County Justice Reinvestment Program team in the big picture perspective, allowing the team to craft a better program for the participants that will contribute to a successful outcome. So pretty similar to what CLATSUP County is requesting the behavioral health deputy, which is why we have grouped them together in terms of like. And then lastly, they're asking for a full-time parole and probation officer.
I projected to serve half of the number of people of CLATSUP County for working twice the money.
Yeah. Yep.
It is on a per capita basis, it is the most expensive program. Using projected numbers, or excuse me, historic numbers of diversions and current requests. You don't have to fund their total request, of course, but.
So the deputy district attorney, the role of that person is to be assigned to the property, drug, and traffic caseload and identify the appropriate people to go into the program and otherwise to prosecute. It just seems like a lot of money for 12.
For that type of position, as you understand it, is that working at the top of the license for an attorney? Is that a good use of attorney time, or is there another position that could actually fulfill that same need at a much lower?
Well, so an attorney is required to review the cases and make those decisions about offering the program. It is that they're going to be I don't think it's you're gonna have, if you're gonna hire somebody to do that job, or if this is just the planting and paying for somebody you already have, I don't know which it is, but if you're hiring a lawyer to manage this caseload, that seems like a really not very good value. Okay, cool.
Perhaps it should be just, a quarter or 50% of that deputy DA's time.
Right.
But not
I mean,
100%.
you do follow up, you do team meetings, you have regular check-in on how the people in the program are doing. So it's a valuable position to have a DDA. I just seems like a lot of money to follow.
Yeah, and I should clarify that is the program caseload number is 12 per the PO supervisor.
Oh.
So there may be more cases reviewed, determined, dismissed, a whole host of things. There almost certainly is. And, but the PO is supervising 12 on an average.
And so the meetings are about 12 people and the
Yeah.
time invested is for those 12 people.
Unless their meetings include the prospective participants, yes.
It's a really low caseload.
Yeah.
I think the highest was something like 45.
Which I think might be your county. Yeah.
So do you know? I don't remember if it said that they plan to hire somebody for this position.
Oh, sorry, no, these are all existing positions. Yes,
So it's already a funded position.
yes.
Did we fund it at this level last biennium?
I'm sure it's fractional. I don't remember the fraction because almost everybody got a haircut. So I know the enforcement sergeant, actually, they say it in my application. It might be in their budget.
Budgets are more informative sometimes than the narrative.
Yeah.
Yeah. It says they're all existing.
Yeah, they are all existing. I know that the enforcement sergeant, I think we only funded at 3/4 time last time. But that's me drawing on memory from 2 years ago.
I think this proposal is expensive for what it represents.
Good to move on to Crook. And we can, of course, circle back at any point. So for Crook County, they have a downward departure program that serves all risk levels. They utilize assessments. They do not have a residency requirement, and they indicate that they do have the capacity to provide appropriate levels of services, sanctions, and supervision. The program caseload is 32 individuals being supervised by 1 probation officer for this particular program. And they're just requesting the probation deputy for the downward departure program.
Just a quick question, I might have missed it while I stepped out of the room, but in your spreadsheet that you have running live, do you actually have it converted to the 18 months already, or are you still showing 24 months?
For which?
So I'm looking at the request time, when it says month of time authorized. The recommendations that I think the group agreed upon were 8 funding positions for 18 months, not 24.
That was if there was a new position.
New positions only not existing. Thank you.
Yep. So when we get to one, I'll flag it. But yes, it is running that total.
Thank you.
The next up is Deschutes County. So their downward departure program serves medium and high risk individuals, and their competitive funding will focus on gender specific caseload. They do utilize assessments, and they generally require individuals to be willing to be or be willing to become a county resident. They indicate that they do not have sufficient capacity to provide clients with treatment clients that are not receiving treatment presently do not have peer mentors, which is why in their request, that last item, contracted full-time equivalent client support specialist, that would fill that need. Now, of course, the question remains, is that key personnel? But that's true of every position request. Program caseload for their probation officers is 35. So their request here is a parole and probation officer for 2 years, a parole and probation supervisor at 50% time for 2 years, administrative analyst. And so that one will, let me get this. Here we go. Administrative support to improve the Justice Reinvestment Program identification process and manage our vital housing relationships for sober beds and manage contracted beds. These contracts have roughly 20 contracted beds and allow for overages based on need. It requires extensive planning and coordination for alternatives to incarceration program and short-term transitional leave, prison release, and for clients on downward departure who will be utilizing housing services. And then we talked about the contracted client support specialist, which they would they will help with transportation, connecting to treatment, connecting to housing, and other barrier reduction services. This work will be done through a consciously culturally responsive provider. I'll note here that Deschutes County, while they're a returning applicant, they have changed the focus of it. The way they describe it, they say that they seek to widen the scope of who is identified through investments in dedicated analysis, process, and coordination time. And they're also note in their application that Deschutes County's downward departure was dependent on the sole discretion of the judge and prosecutor. This update to the program will continue to keep that discretion central. However, it will be supplemented by professional recommendations by the probation officers conducting the assessments. In the past, the assessments were sent, but without a recommendation synthesizing the information. That will be changed this biennium because the partners have expressed a wish for more consistency in recommendations. Yeah. Any comments, questions, concerns with Deschutes?
Good proposal.
So for Douglas, their program serves medium and high risk individuals charged with property, drug, and driving crimes. They do utilize assessments, and a participant must be a county resident. They noted that their housing needs currently outstrip current resources, and that their probation caseload for this particular downward departure program is 40 individuals to 1 PO. They're, however, only requesting funding for a deputy district attorney. And then NADCP is National Association of Drug Court Professionals. And so you'll notice here that they were requesting funding for 2 individuals. We're now only funding the 1 because that matches the 1 request that they're making with a 1 personnel request. Jackson County, they serve all risk levels and genders. They utilize assessments, and then they either must be a resident of the county or a nearby county. And the county does have capacity to provide appropriate levels of services, sanctions, and supervision for program participants. And their program caseload here is 40 to 45 individuals. So Jackson County is a returning applicant. However, this request is substantively different. They're now asking for 3.18 positions, which is an increase from the 1.68 that they were funded last biennium. They're requesting a deputy district attorney, a 0.18% time for a program manager 3 position, two parole and probation officers, and then those last 2 items are actually just their victim service providers, which we've taken care of. They note here that the program manager oversees all parole and probation. officers working under the 416 program. That's the name of their downward departure program. They will be part of the monthly case staffing and will ensure adherence to the 416 program rules and regulations.
And this is the one with their victim services
Yes.
piece into the budget
Yeah.
that takes out 110,000.
Mhm. So their request right now is 826,000.
Yeah, and I would foresee that if we continue with that kind of core staffing rubric, that the program manager probably would go away also.
So for Josephine County, they serve medium and high risk individuals convicted of property, drug, or driving crimes. They do utilize assessments, and then to be eligible for the program, they either must be a resident of the county or of a nearby county. They indicate that they do have capacity for services, sanctions, and supervision. And their program caseload is 20 individuals for one PO on this specialized caseload. They're requesting a deputy sheriff position, which will be housed in the jail. They note that the jail deputy is there to ensure adequate staffing levels for long-term sanction beds for downward departure adults on supervision. They're requesting a deputy district attorney position, a parole and probation officer position, and then a quarter-time mental health registered nurse. That position will be utilized to address the significant mental health challenges among adults in custody in the jail. They'll do that by conducting mental health assessments, coordinate care and treatment in custody, and provide care coordination to ensure continued treatment post-release. Klamath County, they serve medium and high-risk individuals charged with property, drug, and driving cases. They utilize assessments, must be a resident of the county, and they indicate that they do have sufficient level of services, sanctions, and supervision. They're requesting one deputy district attorney. And they note in their application on page 12 that their formula grant funding is used to purchase sanction and sentence capacity at the jail. And KEBS is the name of their program, so KEBS DA, that's what that is.
Sorry about that. My son is the only one on override.
No? Any questions, concerns, or comments for the claimant? So Lane County, they serve medium and high risk individuals charged with property and drug crimes. They do utilize an assessment. You must be a county resident to qualify for the program. They indicate that they do have sufficient levels of services, sanctions, and supervision. And their program caseload is no more than 55 individuals on supervision per PO. Here, they're requesting a half-time program supervisor. They'll work closely with program partners, including the district attorney, treatment and evaluation, and supports that position will support the PO to assess participant and program progress and identify opportunities for adjustments and or improvements. The probation officer is pretty standard there, what they're doing. The corrections technician, this is that I called it an extension of the PO. They'll help the PO in drafting 416 assessments. That's again the name of their program. So those assessments to the DA, they'll provide check-ins, skill building, and homework in collaboration with the PO to achieve identified dosage benchmarks. And then their last personnel request is jail personnel. Here they note that this is salary and benefits for 2.35 FTE for the 60-day in custody period. And for sanctions, this allows the county to devote 10 jail beds to the 416 program to ensure beds are available for sanctions. Yeah, that's it. Any questions, comments, concerns about Lane? Okay. Lincoln, they serve individuals of all risk levels, all crime types. They do utilize assessments. They must be a county resident to receive the wraparound services and to qualify for being on supervision, though somebody could receive a downward departure to somewhere else. They note that they do have the capacity for appropriate levels of services, sanctions, and supervision, and that they have a projected caseload of 46 individuals on the caseload of this parole and probation officer. Here they're requesting a PO position, a deputy district attorney, and then the admin costs, which we've already removed. Sorry, any questions or comments about Lincoln? Marion County, they're requesting funding. You know what? Nope. They will serve medium and high risk individuals charged with property or drug crimes. They do utilize assessments and they must be a county resident. They indicate that they do have appropriate levels of services, sanctions, and supervision. And the program caseload are 25 individuals per PO. They are requesting funding for 2 POs and 1 deputy district attorney. Any things to flag here? Okay. Multnomah County, this is a downward departure program that serves individuals of all risk levels and multiple crime types. It was too much to be able to condense to one bullet point, so we could turn to the application if you'd like. They do utilize assessments, and they must be a county resident to participate in McJER supervision services, but anyone may participate in the informed sentencing process. The county indicated that they don't have sufficient access to substance use treatment to meet the demand. This is particularly challenging to find treatment for individuals with dual diagnoses. And they have a probation caseload of 35, so 35 individuals per PO for this specific downward departure program. They're requesting funding for a deputy district attorney, which will serve as a probation violation deputy district attorney, working with partners to address participant probation violations to ensure consistent case handling and avoid second prison sentences when possible. They also requesting a research evaluation analyst senior. This position will work in tandem with the request from the Oregon Circuit Courts for a data analyst. They'll provide comprehensive and consistent data collection and analysis to McJERP staff and leadership to support implementation of data-informed improvements. They're then requesting 1.3 FTE in corrections deputy/escorts. They will help participants attend assessment interviews, participate in skill development groups, and meet with defense counsel. Do we need to get that? No. Okay. Next up is the OJD data analyst, which is much like the research analyst in the district attorney's office. And then the final 3 positions, the case manager, social worker, and social workers. They are part of the defense-based social work team. They provide services to individuals pre-sentence, including facilitate assessments, attend judicial settlement conferences and release hearings, initiate case planning, refer to services and treatment, and facilitate successful transition to community supervision post-adjudication.
Just point of clarification. So looking at the data analysis, the months units is 2. Is that 2 months or is that 2 positions?
So that's 2 years, actually. So
that should be 24 or is that
24?
Okay.
Yeah, so the final 4 items here, they're actually contractual personnel because it's a different branch of government. So the way they have their contract structured is on an annual basis, which is why it falls under 2. So it's instead of months, it's units.
Okay.
Yeah.
2 contracts.
Yeah. Great question. Wasco County, They serve medium and high-risk individuals charged with property, drug, and driving crimes. They do utilize assessments, and you must be a county resident to qualify. They indicate that they do have the appropriate levels of services, sanctions, and supervision, and that their POs supervise a caseload of 34 when working with a specialized population, and they're requesting just the one probation officer position. Next up is Washington County. It's a downward departure program that serves individuals of all risk levels who have been sentenced with property, drug, or driving crimes. They do utilize assessments, and they must be a county resident. They indicate that they do have the appropriate levels of services, sanctions, and supervision, and that their program caseload for these, excuse me, specialized caseloads are 30 individuals per probation officer. You'll notice in the budgets here that it calls for probation and parole officer. There's 3 of them. They are distinct, however. The first position, it would work with an African-American caseload. The second would work with a Hispanic caseload. And then the third position would work with the population of individuals aged 18 to 24. The next request is the residential counselor. They would work with individuals being housed on sanctions in their community correction center. And then the fleet vehicle flex funds, those were removed earlier. And then for the 18 to 24 training, they had requested to actually send 100 individuals to that training, and just the nature of it, it wasn't actually to send, it was to bring in someone. And so it would have reduced per capita costs, but it was based on your direction of only funding the single individual who would benefit. We're just removing that entirely, and we'll work with Washington County to find alternative funding to help them bring that to the state, because we do believe that there is value in having more probation officers trained in how to better work with those populations. And that is Washington County's request, and they're one of the 2 new applicants. Any questions, comments, concerns? So the last request is Yamhill County. They serve individuals of all risk levels sentenced to property, drug, or driving crimes. They do utilize assessments, and there are no residency requirements for this program. They indicate that they do have appropriate levels of services, sanctions, and supervision. And their program caseload is 18 to 25 individuals. They're requesting 1 deputy district attorney. We've removed a couple of the requests, the bar dues and the computer funds workstation, but keeping those training requests. And so that concludes all 15 applications. We've given you a brief overview. So here's where we are to this point. We have adopted those base recommendations. So our funding shortfall is now 3.5 million as opposed to 4.4. And then here are what we have to do next is identify what is key personnel. And then our recommendation from a procedural standpoint is to act as if we only have the 7.4 million. And then once you all have made a recommendation there, we can go and add back in 680,000 just to make it super clear for the commission, and it's easier for us administratively for a whole host of different reasons. So we have 4 different funding scenarios for you to consider. You can't disregard them. You can adopt one of them. You could combine, change, do a whole host of things. But these are 4 scenarios for you to consider, at least initially. So scenario, what we're calling scenario 1A, you would only fund the core contributing and supervisory personnel. And then you would only fund 2 of the probation officers for Washington County. And then it would be a 1% reduction to every county award. Now, scenario 1B is you would only fund core, contributing, and supervisory, along with or funding only 2 POs for Washington County. However, it would only be a reduction of 2% to every urban county. So rural counties would not receive a reduction.
an urban or Multnomah, Washington, Clackamas, Lane, Marion.
We went with the Office of Management and Budgets determination, which
I'm
we will
getting a
get
full
for you.
list right now.
Yeah. So I'll circle back to that in just a moment. Scenario 2A, the recommendation would be to only fund core contributing, and then instead of supervisory, you would fund supporting. And then you would again only fund 2 POs for Washington County with a 7% reduction to every county award, or for scenario 2B, a 9% reduction for every urban county award.
Okay. Momentarily, we'll have a full list.
So as a reminder, here are the different categories. Oh, Lisa, please.
Oh, I was just gonna say, if I had to choose of these scenarios, of course, I would choose category 1B because we know that a reduction in rural counties hits harder than in the urban counties. That's all. Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa. Other thoughts like that?
I'm torn between the scenario of including supervisory personnel versus including supporting personnel that actually provide direct service. Although if we include supporting versus supervisory personnel, we don't save as much money, so.
Right. Yeah.
But maybe that's an area where we can make a recommendation for the 680,000 to come back in.
Absolutely. Yeah, that could be the role of that.
Do you know what the cost is of the supporting personnel and the supervisor? Do you have a?
Yes, here you are. So supporting is 860,000, supervisory is 460.
Neither of them are 680, but.
In your review of these, does it make sense to piecemeal the difference between those two? Instead of treating the categories across all 15, is there one that applications say, yeah, you know, these supervisors make sense, but these supporting makes sense? Instead of broad categories, take the applications on their merit.
For the supervisory, I think I'm gonna fudge the numbers, but bear with me. I think there's like one request where it would fund 0.18 FTE for the supervisor, another would be 0.5. So maybe you could make a reduction of the 0.5 to 0.25, get some savings there. That's the only thing that comes to my mind. On its face, there's not one supervisor position that I would say is worse than the other.
And so the quick math is that if we were to go with funding the support specialist, roll that 680 into countering that 864, we'd still get to that 1 to 2% deficit for the urban counties. Would that be roughly equivalent?
We would want to check our math, but that's probably in the ballpark.
Okay.
I like that.
So to follow up on urban and rural, so our rural list of counties would be Clatsop, Crook, Douglas, Josephine, Klamath, Lincoln, Wasco. And then urban would be Columbia, Deschutes, Jackson, Lane, Marion, Multnomah, Washington, Yamhill.
Clatsop and Yamhill fall under the urban.
Clatsop is rural.
Oh.
Yamhill is urban.
Columbia. I just see mixed up.
Yes, Columbia is urban.
That's why we just shouldn't fund any of them.
I'm possibly good.
Is Yamhill urban because of the Lake Oswego?
McMinnville. So I'm not sure why.
And it's all 99 corridor agglomeration of.
Yeah, Newburgh, Dundee. I'm not sure.
Okay.
We chose to rely on the feds to make that determination. We didn't want to make that.
Yeah, I hand up.
Nate.
Hey, just an observation, but during the formula grant review, we were taking a look at the metrics as it relates to performance and reduction of prison usage. Did the staff take into consideration that metric, taking a look at these competitive applications?
We did look at it and we could present the triaging that we did before, we could do that for these 15 counties. We could pull that up right now if you'd like.
Yeah, I think it'd be helpful, just for context. I know there was a comment earlier about maybe prioritizing previous applications for the competitive grant piece of it. But to me, the competitive grant piece, they need to show that they're actually continuing to value that process and keeping their numbers down.
Mhm.
So before we go to that, I would like to read some caveats.
Yes, and actually even before we do that, so I do want to stress that the eligibility decision before you about what is key personnel is probably most important. That's not to say that you can't then go back based on the, like, if you, let's say you were to adopt, I think I heard you all say scenario 2B, or I can't remember, but if you were to adopt that, you could then go back and make changes around based on county performance. But the decision on key personnel is, because it's an eligibility question, I think is perhaps something that needs to be considered first. So I guess could everyone restate what they had said previously? Sorry.
I'm gonna restate what Charlie said, but to be, but, applying the 680,000 or 684, to that whole.
Okay.
And then, figuring out what sort of a reduction would be necessary for each urban county in order to make that fly.
Okay. Does everyone, Lisa, Nate, Sarah, how y'all feeling?
That sounds fine to me.
Are
I
you
don't think
asking?
there's an easy answer. Yeah, I don't think that there's an easy answer, of course. So I don't know that I have a better suggestion than that.
Nate,
We can go.
Was your question of these 4 different scenarios here? How we're
yeah,
feeling?
Well, you want us to
Oh.
pick one?
the issue that Representative Conrad and Commissioner Ojero raised was utilizing scenario 2B.
Utilizing that, but modifying it so that that 680 backfill as much of that 864 hole as possible. And then applying that appropriate reduction to the urban counties with whatever that might come out, 1%, 2%, or 3%, whatever that looks like.
And partial to 1B, but I support the 2B recommendation. That is what the group wants to go for.
Yeah, I'm curious to know how much the reduction would be for every urban county if we calculated that out. That's
For which,
to be the modified to be.
if you were to then backfill what that, oh, I get it, yep.
And if you, under. I don't know if it's not the county, but under this proposal,
Yep.
our ask gets cut in half, and then you want to take another 9%.
Well, hopefully it'd be less than 9. Hopefully we want to get down to 2 or 3. Yes.
After taking half of it.
So it actually looks like if you were to go with 2B, we're double checking this number, but it's looking like you would maybe not need to do a percentage cut. And then
With the backfill of 680.
with the backfill of 680.
Okay.
So the 9% cut to urban in this scenario is about $510,000. So the 680 would be greater than that 9% cut. So it wouldn't be a cut.
Okay.
I like that.
Okay.
So just declaring my bias here, I just want to note that every one of these scenarios has a cut to Washington County's request. So,
Yeah,
but I do have a bias.
no, that is a fair notation made.
It's very difficult when you have counties that have really high demand and high complexity
Yeah.
caseloads and those that are more straightforward.
Mhm.
Can you go back to the Washington County and the Lane County ones real quick, just to
Yeah.
address Patty's concerns and Nate's concerns?
Sure. Here's Washington.
And so funding 2 instead of the 3 POs?
Yes. And because they are new requests right off the gate, the 24-month request is down to 18.
Yeah. And if nobody has any questions, I think go to the Lane County one again, real quick. Sure. Thank you. Patty said Lane County's was cut in half.
Jail personnel are auxiliary.
So you're saying the program supervisor would go away?
Jail personnel.
I thought jail would be in this, would they not be in the supplemental?
Jail is, no, well, so my understanding of 2B is that you're funding core, contributing and supporting, and then backfilling supervisory. So auxiliary would not receive funding.
And so those jail personnel are auxiliary in this
They are.
scenario?
So if the commission approves your backfill recommendation, you would be able to maybe not completely, but mostly fund the program supervisor position, in which case for Lane County, they would be missing out on the 2.35 FTE for jail personnel.
Did any other counties ask for jail personnel in order to cover their sanction bids?
Yes, you had, let me get the names. There were four different requests that I would classify as jail, though one of them was in a community corrections center. Josephine County, you had Lane County, you had Washington County, and mental health. I guess Josephine County had two different position requests.
One was for the mental health nurse.
Yeah. And then, if you wanted to look at it differently, the Multnomah County Corrections Deputy and Escort
Yeah.
are jail personnel. It's just
Not in custody.
right.
I 2.35 staff people for that 10-bed capacity seems like a lot.
Yeah, I don't know enough. I imagine the 24-hour nature makes it a higher personnel than, but I don't know.
That's correct.
And also the layout of the jail sometimes means that you have to have someone there because it's a different wing or a pod or all things that I'm aware of abstractly, but I don't know specifically for Lane County. Any other county that we'd like to go back to?
The other one that talked with Claxton at the very beginning, right?
Mhm.
And had a high cost, caseload.
Columbia,
Columbia, sorry.
yeah.
That's very expensive for people.
And Patty, you had concerns about the deputy DA on this one?
Well, that was before I saw that every. But yeah, that was the first one that was like for 12 people.
Is that how many people they've had over the last?
So I did look at that. So by what I will call a pretty basic calculation, I took all of their JRI convictions for the 21-23 biennium, and I took out all of their prison intakes for those individuals. So the number of diversions, which includes people who got a probation sentence and people who got a local control sentence, there were 123 individuals in Columbia County for the 21-23 biennium who were diverted. May or may not be directly diverted by this program, but that's where the county is over.
Some of them have been based on guidelines.
Right, right. So we can't assign, and this is one of those caveats, if we dig into some of these other measures, we can't be sure that these are all attributable to their, their JRP programs, but it is 123 over those 2 years as a really rough measure.
Or 12.
10 times as many, in fact.
Yeah.
So for the scenario 2, I think it was 2B that you were looking at, if we were to go with that figure where, let me get to 2B, here we go. Where you would fund only core contributing supporting personnel, and then only the 2 POs in Washington County, but then backfill with the 680 for supervisory, you would then still have $173 to allocate somewhere else.
33,000.
Don't get too greedy. 173 even. Yes, 173,000.
Which wouldn't do the 600,000 that Lane County requested for theirs. It would maybe do a partial of that. They could only do some of Washington County's PO. But if we combine that, I mean, would it make sense to reduce the DA for Columbia County? Or based off the new information, does that seem to be a worthwhile benefit to have one full DA assigned to that caseload?
Yeah, you could certainly do that. And you could do that with multiple counties in the request. We could dive deeper in. It's right through.
What are your thoughts on that? 1 FTE for that caseload, Patty? Is that?
I mean, we have, but it's not grant funded any longer. The program got up and running. We have 2 lawyers who review those cases that come in. So I would say it's unreasonable to say 1 lawyer doing that. 10.
That's not unreasonable, or is it?
I don't think it's unreasonable to have a lawyer assigned to that caseload, except that caseload is small.
Yeah.
But you can't buy part of a lawyer either.
Yeah, that is challenging.
But if it's an existing position, then you have to come up with general fund dollars in order to make it up.
Was the whole thing grant funded before?
Probably pretty close, like 96% probably. I think everybody got a haircut last time.
So if we go back and look at something like scenario 1A.
Yep.
And which would hold a lot more counties less harmed. Yeah, and still, you would still have a $600,000 hole. But we were to apply that 680, a little bit more judiciously to address needs. I don't know, it still doesn't do it.
And even if you were to adopt either scenario 1A or 2B, you could then go and look at Trillium County's request and make specifically, you could turn down the dial on certain things if you wanted to get even more money to then reallocate.
Decisions.
So what we could do is we could move forward with one of these scenarios and then to make the decision on what is key personnel. And then use supplementary information with a whole lot of caveats. A lot of caveats to color your perception to then make finer tuned adjustments.
That's good.
Okay, so is it 2B that we want to move with? So that would be, so well, okay, so I should stress here that this, in the event where the commission doesn't agree with your recommendation for the 680, this would be where you would fall back on. So think of it as if the 680 is not real.
I'm gonna stick with my 1B.
1B, oh, I thought you were 1A, okay, 1B,
Oh, no, 1B.
okay,
Well, maybe I was 1A, but I think I'm 1B.
cool.
That 9% reduction to every urban county under 2B in that scenario
Mhm.
is substantial for a lot of them. And I think I always tended to have supporting personnel, have those folks in there as opposed to supervisory folks. Get people that actually can do the services and be the eyes and have that contact. So that's where I struggle with with the percentage and then the supervisory person, the supporting. So I would love supporting, but I would love a lower percentage from your, sorry, go ahead.
But perhaps we could shift to 1B and then use that 680 for supporting personnel based on the additional data that we are about to address next.
Could be.
But we also have our.
Yeah, Sheriff Morrissey O'Donnell, please.
Thank you very much. That was, some of my concerns have just been raised in the last couple comments around the 9% reduction to urban counties, which potentially larger counties have a bigger intake or could have a bigger intake on our impact on our prison intakes. And then I struggle again as well with supporting versus supervisory, given that the supporting personnel are on the line doing the work. So those are my couple of comments regarding that challenging 9% particularly.
I'm curious, did you and your staff figure out, and I might have missed a slide, my apologies. What is the cost for the auxiliary personnel in and of themselves?
1 second. Oops. 2.4 million.
Oh, okay, so that's quite a bit.
Yes.
That's more than 680,000. All right,
Yeah.
thank you.
Do we want to have a informal thumbs up, thumbs down on 1B, 2B?
Thumbs up, thumbs down for 2B.
1B and 2B. So it sounds like you two are both gravitating to 1B or 2B, but
It's so hard to know without knowing what will have the best prospects and with the commission for the 680,000.
yeah.
Personally, my bias is with supporting personnel,
Mhm.
supervisory, but
For the 9%.
But a 9%, but at the risk of a
Yeah.
9% reduction, but what's the probability of that you know,
I'm not gonna give you a number. Yeah, I don't know. And you'd probably come find me if I got it wrong. Nate, you had a comment or a question?
That was my comment as well.
Did we ever get back to Nate's original question about comparing this to?
No,
the-
because
or
simply because I wanted you all to choose a scenario before we started thinking that.
So my choice is the modified 2B, as one. If that's not possible, then 1B.
If
So
that's
one,
not possible.
so 1B under the base scenario, but if that 680 gets rolled into it, then I want 2B under the modified one that I've got.
Ooh, I don't know if there's that.
Because as you talked about, so let's pretend like that 680 doesn't exist. My choice is 1B. If that 680 exists, let's modify the 2B supporting personnel, roll that 680 to offset that 9% reduction.
So you will have a conditional recommendation to the commission.
Yes.
Okay. How are others feeling about that?
yes, I'm in the same boat.
Okay.
I think I am too.
I could support that.
Okay.
For scenarios 1A and 1B, if then you would have, which is probably not really applicable since it sounds like you're gravitating towards the conditional, but if you were to choose scenario 1A or 1B and have the additional 680,000, then you would have about 577,000 surplus, like you could award or recommend awarding for $577,000 more.
It's such a small incremental sum that they're trying to figure out how to award it in a meaningful way that is equitable.
Yeah.
We could start by saying no percentage reduction.
Yeah.
Sure. That'd be my, if we can offset that percentage reduction, then.
Okay. So I'm gonna, I think, attempt to pare it back what I think the conditional recommendation is. So the conditional recommendation is if the commission adopts the recommendation to turn $680,000 into competitive dollars, then you want to adopt scenario 2B. Yeah, okay. Let me make a if-then statement for myself.
Let me know when you're done. If I remember the math right, then that left $173,000 residual. I am fine with whatever staff's recommendation would be, how to best distribute that and or back up and support other existing programs.
Okay. And in the event that the commission doesn't adopt the recommendation, it's 1B. Okay. Could we get a confirmation on the scenario 2B amount? Oh, Nate, please.
If the math works out, I just wanted on record to recommend to remove any one particular county from being called out of the scenarios. Noting bias as well.
Thanks, Nate. How do you all feel about that?
How would that look in writing for you as you present it?
I would just be scenario 2B without the Washington County bullet point. Yeah. So administratively easy. I don't know about dollar amounts.
Yeah, that's fine with that, without being, yeah, I'm fine with that, with it not being called out explicitly.
Well, would you want the funding to still be there?
I still, no, my understanding is what he wants, that he doesn't want the word Washington County.
Oh.
Any of these bullet points.
If that's true, then that's easy.
I don't want to speak for you, Nate, but that's the way that that's the way I understood what you said.
Yeah, my point was that if we're gonna fund the core key personnel in the contributing and the supporting or the supervisory, whichever one we do that, that there's not one county that's singled out of that.
So you would want to fund 3 POs for Washington County?
Yes, essentially,
Okay.
yeah.
Misunderstood it.
Something that way.
About 280,000 or something. I think.
So,
Sorry, Ian.
no, this is fine. I think this is what they pay me to do. So we're good. I think we're good with the conditional. Well, actually, I guess the decision point is what to do with the Washington County PO. And I'm not it is not my decision to make.
Nate, would that 173,000 do anything for Washington County PO?
The 173, yeah, it would help get us closer to the 18 months. Is that what you're asking?
Yes. And Patty, that 173 for the jail, you know what that would do for them, for that 2.35 FTE, whatever they're looking at? Because they had 680,000
Right.
overall. Yeah. I would be fine. I mean, if Nate, if you think that 173 would be helpful to get towards that 18 months, to me, that seems a reasonable compromise to be able to go for that. And that takes that allocation off of staff and to do that as well.
Have all of those for Washington County already been cut back to 18 months?
Yes.
Okay.
And that 178 is the big one.
173.
173, okay. Okay. So I feel comfortable at this point to then move on to maybe talking about performance. That's, you're in a position to do that.
Yeah, so do you have a particular order you want to go in? Start with historical prison use, maybe?
Yeah.
Okay, so let me wait just a minute.
Yeah.
And then,
Nate, did you have your hand up? No, okay,
No, I don't.
okay.
I'll give some of the caveats that I want to walk through before we sort of throw them up there, because I know it's distracting once counties are categorized. But so this is the same historical prison use information that we provide for the formula grant. So this is looking at prison use. This may be even August.
Yeah.
So this would be August 2022 to August 2023, difference in prison use. So it looks slightly different from the July versions you may have seen earlier. And then also looking at from their baseline to August 2023, those two differences. So those will be on our 2 axes. And like we looked at earlier, and you all know, a really small and negligible increase in prison use year over year can pop a county on one side or the other of those lines. So when we look at this, we want to be careful about looking at not just what category they're in, but also where they fall along those axes, as well as there being the possibility that a county has been green for some time or stayed in that sort of like area where maybe not a lot of attention is paid to them without making any major changes or improvements in their programs or their prison use over time. So when we categorize them for formula, we're just using that as a tool to have a list of data pieces to show you. We're not using it as a tool to sort of make immediate funding decisions. So yeah, I think that those are the main things I want to remind you of. This grouping method in particular is not immune to county size issues because we're going to put smaller counties right up next to larger counties. So there's some volatility there, and just to keep that in mind when we see a smaller county, maybe close to one of those axes. And so my general statement, I guess, is please use this figure only to identify counties whose applications you may want to examine further, not as a straightforward way to make funding decisions. Now, stop doing that, and we could actually look at it.
Sure. Are those slides visible now?
I believe they're hidden still, but we can hide them.
All of them?
Yeah, but let's just show the
triage.
for now.
Yeah. 39.
Okay, so we have here Wasco, Jackson, and Crook County would fall into this orange group. They have seen a so these are in percent. So I believe the other version that we were looking at, because we had removed those small counties, we did actual prison months. But this is by percent so that we can get an idea of scale for those smaller counties as well and try and put them sort of on a reasonable scale with each other. So yeah, for Wasco, Jackson, and Crook, we see them in this sort of orange category. Yamhill, Josephine, Washington, Klamath, and Multnomah are yellow. And then Lincoln, Douglas, Deschutes, Columbia, Classic, and Marion are green. And for example, like I mentioned, so Josephine's right on the edge there. So they're looking at, you know, they're slightly down below their baseline, barely. So, you know, that's something to take into consideration. And on the line there, Lincoln similarly has seen a decrease from the previous year as of, like I said, I believe this is August. Slightly. So they, you know, they're very close to that edge of being yellow. I don't know, questions or thoughts around what might mean for these counties to be situated where they are?
Well, to me, it says that most counties are definitely below baseline.
Mhm.
And that's a great thing to see.
Mhm.
Changes from previous year had a lot of reasons for that. What really stands out to me is Jackson County. Frankly, Wasco and Crook are both small proposals. Maybe if they were bigger, they might be more effective. They have more supporting personnel, but surprised that Jackson is still way out there. Red.
Yeah, it popped up on my thing and I thought, okay, well, because
So Jackson actually someone addressed that in their application. They noted that their request is actually quite a bit larger than last year. And they said that that is in response to the fact that basically I am misquoting them completely, but that we need additional resources to have our program be as effective as it needs to be, is basically what they said. Now, you can find that compelling or not compelling. It's my job just to relay what they said.
I mean, they're one of the problem spots in the state. And it makes sense to invest in them.
so it's also, I mean, it's also possible that this isn't that helpful. And it's okay if this doesn't spark anything that seems particularly helpful. We have other measures to look at as well.
Yeah.
And we can always come back to it. So before we click to the next one, which one do you think you all would be most interested in taking a look at? We have that supervision caseloads table, which really is just a compilation of all the questions we asked in the competitive application about caseload around either program caseload versus general caseload. And then the other we can look at is sort of this cost per diversion, which we got into a little bit, just talking about the applications individually.
Cost per diversion.
Okay. So this one I calculated by dividing the competitive grant funding only, not the formula funding, that was provided to the county in the 21-23 biennium. I divided that by the difference between the number of convictions for JRI eligible crimes and the number of individuals sent to prison for JRI eligible crimes, which means this number of diversions includes anyone who did not go to prison. It doesn't mean that that person necessarily went through the specific JRI programming or that they were on probation. Some of them went to jail for a certain period of time and so forth, and they may not be associated with JRI. There are, of course, sort of economies of scale at play here, so it's unreasonable to assume that there is truly a flat figure for the cost of a single diversion in any county, let alone maybe a smaller county with limited staffing. This figure doesn't take into consideration any other sources of funding. Like I said, this is just competitive award funding. Doesn't account for any of the, the support that exists in the county at large. And again, please only use this to maybe identify counties whose applications you want to look at, not as a star funding decision maker.
They're all within a range except for that lovely Columbia outlier. And Jackson, frankly, as they said, they underinvested. And they doubled their program, then they're right in the ballpark with everyone else. Deschutes is honest.
In Deschutes, their request this year is very different from last year, so.
Okay, so they're also up.
Yeah.
The only thing it helps with is say that Columbia's kind of outlined.
Is there any measure that you have of efficacy of the programs?
Yeah. Recidivism, prison usage, those are probably the two go-to tools to measure. Anything beyond that, how well is this treatment program being used? That would be DOC's doing a risk needs responsivity analysis or, a corrections program checklist. So for the Columbia County, independent on the recommendation you all make today, we're gonna talk with Columbia County about this high cost per diversion. But if there's anything in particular you would like us to work with them on, if you wanted to, see them in a year to see how they're doing, there's a lot of things you could do.
Is the ROI what I'm trying to understand and to get at and to help out, because counties that are spending a little bit but having great success, let's bolster them. Let's do everything we can with them. But if, there's a county out there that has high expenditures and not a lot of back end support, then what can we do to help support them to get their program wrapped around, be a little more efficient, get that ROI on the back end so we can actually help people?
Yeah. And for that prison usage measure we're looking at here. So for Columbia County, where'd they land? Yeah, they're in green here. And then the last piece here is caseload. So we asked a question around the program caseload and their general caseload. So a caseload specific to their downward departure program versus a general supervision caseload. Columbia is an outlier here. Josephine's on the lower end. Klamath, they didn't respond to this question because they don't have a PO request. They're only requesting funding for a deputy DA. Yamhill's a little, the spread's a little low, but also huge caveats about how to interpret this data, what conclusions to draw that
Well, I mean, I think the main one here really is that this was a narrative question and we had pared it down into a numeric table. So we did our best to input all the information that they gave us here in a succinct way, but you know, there are lots of different reasons why there are some blanks here. So I would, if we're concerned about there being missing information, I would encourage us to look at the application for those specific counties. And I think that we historically have seen a lot of counties that have higher program caseloads and are very effective versus, and that doesn't necessarily give you a real specific answer as to whether a program is effective or not on their caseload. Doesn't necessarily reflect that. So this is more just maybe looking for outliers where we would want to dig into an application or look at program specifics. More than making decisions based on these figures.
Yeah, I would echo all of that and say that I think one of the takeaways is that by making additional investments in a downward departure program, we're able to functionally buy down the caseload amounts, which is what this is kind of designed to do. It allows them to focus their attention on the hardest to serve populations.
Yeah, my question is, okay, so based on this, is the population that much harder to serve in Columbia and Yamhill counties?
I think if you did a study on percentage of high risk people would kind of answer that.
That's my guess also.
So do any of these 3 slides that we've now presented prompt you to do a deeper dive into any particular county that you would like us to do now?
Columbia.
Yeah, Columbia, please.
Oops, wrong way. So they have 3 personnel requests here. A full-time deputy district attorney, a full-time parole and probation officer, and a 0.75 enforcement sergeant. We did note earlier that the 12 is their number for individuals supervised, but of course, there's a whole narrative piece to that, and that I think it was 126 diversions over the last
123 over the last
123 over the last triennium. So the 12 looks at only one facet of all of this. They indicated that they use, and feel free to stop me at any point, but they use the LSCMI, the Eureka, the WARNA, and the TCCTU assessment. Which, if those mean nothing to you, that's okay. Those are just assessments to help them better serve those individuals.
And if by our earlier decision making eliminated the enforcement sergeant from this, correct?
Correct, which would bring down the cost. No.
No.
It wouldn't,
So what we base these on is what they received as a competitive award in 21-23.
Oh, sure.
It has nothing, so our sort of cost per diversion is not projected in the future.
Right.
It is simply a look at the past.
And that's not what I was asking, but I'm just asking in terms of the scenarios we're looking at. We've already, by the assumptions we made about key personnel, eliminated the enforcement sergeant line.
Yes, that's right.
Under 2, we would not want to be, right?
Actually, both.
They're auxiliary, so
Yeah,
yes.
both.
Other auxiliary.
Nate?
I might be getting ahead of you. Are you gonna go over the racial disparity information per county?
Sorry, can you?
I know we went over the demographics and the racial disparity in the formula grant. Are you gonna go over that for the competitive
no.
grant folks too?
No,
Okay.
we weren't planning on doing that.
Okay,
We can go live to that dashboard if you all believe that there would be utility there, but we didn't proactively prepare any material for that.
okay, no problem. Thank you.
So if I can just reiterate, because I forgot. So under the scenarios that we chose, they're gonna get a DDA and PO.
Yes.
Okay.
And I think there's still room for conversation about 100%.
And is that DDA salary right? 24 months, $400,000.
That's loaded costs,
So salary and fringe,
right?
and it's 2 years.
Right,
Yeah, so that's 200,000 a year.
and it's probably somebody more senior than, he's probably an experienced lawyer. 200,000, this is the benefits, it's not, yeah. So it's not too senior. Benefits cost a lot.
Just because all the other DA ones were a lot less than that.
Really?
Oh,
Weren't they?
see,
Less than 200,000 a year?
oh, Douglas is less,
So. Quite a bit less.
Jackson is less.
So I don't know if that means they aren't doing fully loaded. Or if they're,
Do they have that much discretion for recruitment? Are they offering a higher salary range for recruitment purposes, or would they, that make a difference?
that would make a difference on what their salary range is. And that what, that I'm sure they do, and what level of lawyer position.
Because the other side of that is if we did something with the Columbia County DA and backfill some of that to Nate's PO, it could almost be whole. But if that is a true and accurate reflection of the cost for that, then, and it would just make sense, if that's what it needs, that's what it needs. So just looking at, is that the right amount? Because that's higher than everybody else along with the 7,000.
Yeah.
Or the rest of the numbers for all these scenarios.
We have no reason to believe that they inflated the cost, but yeah.
Yeah, but it's how they account for it and how they look at it. But again, this is the highest, most expensive county.
Sure.
I don't need anything else.
Okay.
It looks like there are layers on. Oh, no, they're not.
So based on the feedback we heard, we've narrowed some of the scenarios and made modifications to the scenarios. So for simplicity's sake, I'm going to refer to scenario 1B, which is the same as 1B. And then 2B is now branched. It has 2 children, 3A and 3B. So 3A would fund core contributing supporting personnel and then allocate 173,000 to Washington County for that, a portion of that position, or to backfill some of the training. And then scenario 3B would also fund only core contributing or supporting personnel, but then allocate the money to Lane County for jail personnel.
It's right to me.
Okay, any preference?
You know what my preference is.
You are consistent, Sarah. Thank you.
Uh-huh. Well, no, my preference is 3B.
Oh, unexpected. Okay, keep talking, please.
But at the
Lane
same
County,
time, I'm
yes.
biased because I'm in Lane County. But at the same time, like half of our ask is being cut, which is really pretty significant. Can you remind me on the Washington County slide what percentage of their ask they would be getting if we only did the 2 POs?
It'd be about half.
Yes, it's the same. Ugh.
I'm Lane County too. I am biased towards Lane County, but I think more bang for the buck for Washington County as opposed to a 0.3 in Lane County, but. I mean, it's a significant chunk of change either way, but who can we make whole the most as opposed to giving everybody a little bit of pittance that really doesn't do much.
Mhm.
To agree. I also applaud Washington County for, trying to take on specialized caseloads and really focusing in on areas where they see that they have challenges and they want to do something different.
Yeah. Nate?
So going back to Representative Conrad's comment earlier about return on investment. And I like that slide where it shows what the cost is per diversion. And I think we really need to unpack that, because if I look at the purpose of these competitive dollars and this program in general, we're really wanting to impact the prison utilization across the entire state, not just, one region. So that, all that to say is I just think we need to really take a look at the return on investment there, as Representative Conrad had mentioned.
We go back to that.
Sure. Just one moment. There we go.
So how else would you use that to fine tune beyond the discussion we've already had about Columbia County?
Nate, I think that question was for you.
I'm looking.
Lincoln County is also on the higher end.
Is there a way to color coordinate and overlay those data points that you had earlier with the red and the yellow and the green on this particular spreadsheet?
Interesting.
It would take a minute, but yes, I could do that.
Do we want to do a break? Are people feeling take 5-minute break?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
My water bottle.
Hi, everyone. This is Ian. I'm just gonna say here that we need about 5 more minutes to triple check our numbers before we come back. So if you happen to be back virtually, please go away for 5 minutes. Thank you. Hello, everyone. This is Ian Davidson with the Oregon Criminal Justice Commission. If you happen to be listening, we'll be reconvening at 2:45. Thank you.
Well, the thing we just in jail levy.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back from our break. So first off, thank you for everyone's patience. We wanted to triple and quadruple check our numbers before we started making definitive declarations. But before we left, the question before, or I forget who posed the question, but I actually think it was Nate. Nate wanted to see the cost per diversion overlaid with the triaging that we have. So Catherine will share that in just a moment with you all. As Catherine's pulling that up, want to insert a few bits of caveat. So these are crude instruments. There's not a lot of nuance. So this is to inform you to choose to do deeper dives. Please don't use this as a tool to yes, no fund or make, yeah.
Yeah, so this is essentially the same table. Obviously, I've just made it in Word because I was fastest, but so this has all the same figures here for cost per diversion. Just a reminder that these are the number of diversions, which are just the difference between the number of convictions versus the number of prison sentences, and then that this is the 21-23 competitive award funding only for each of these counties, which is why we don't have figures for Washington and Clatsop because they didn't receive an award in that year. And these colors are associated with the prison use chart that we just looked at. So there's those 3 that fall into the orange category, 5 yellow, and then 7 green. And one thing I would note here is like we talked about, those that may be very close to the edge on some of their groupings on that chart, we can't see that here. We're just blanket grouping them by color. So, think carefully about that as well while we're looking at this piece.
What was the total award 21-23?
Like of all counties, 7.66 million. That did include the victims 10% though.
And what is it now?
7.8. Let me get it for you. Oh, it's 8 million, 8,086,000
That's with the victims.
with the victims. So without the victims is 7.2 million. And then without the victims, last biennium,
I have 7.23. For 21-23, go back to that.
oh, there you go.
What was it?
7.23
million.
So it's basically the same.
Yeah.
We don't account for inflation.
No. And the money available is just purely dependent on the legislature's allocation.
Yeah. When this was launched in 2017, it was a $7 million allocation. So over the last 5 years, I guess it's gone up by $1 million.
Which doesn't take into account either inflation or increased demand as
Right.
counties come online to
Mhm.
provide them with the pressure.
Yeah.
Dollars.
I think I would normally say that's a good problem to have, but that might just be a problem.
It would definitely be a problem. I don't know if this helps. But it's interesting.
Cost per. Cost per, where you're under invested in. Columbia is doing great.
Before we move on from this, any, especially from those of you joining virtually, any questions, comments, observations? Okay.
So I don't know if Ian, if I may.
Mhm.
I don't know if I feel any better, quite honestly, after seeing that work, but I do really appreciate your staff taking the time to overlay that information. One observation though is, and this is more of a question, I guess, the diversions aren't directly tied to the awards, right? Okay.
No,
And then-
there's definitely portions of the diversion figure I have up here that are not directly associated with the award.
Okay. And then I'm looking at the applications here and, just specifically with some of the, Columbia County, I'll just say, it looks like the caseload is 12. Is that right?
I believe that's correct, yeah.
So the counties are, when they fill out that application, they're saying, we're going to serve, in Columbia County's case, 12 cases for $894,000. Is that more accurate than the
So
diversion
the
piece?
894 is last by names figures, so,
Okay,
guess-
well, whatever it is, 800 and
Yeah.
some, right? They're gonna serve 12 people at any given time for 800 and some $1,000. Is that right?
Go ahead.
Well, and this is me being more focused on the data and not so much on the program applications, but do they have one PO?
They are requesting funding for one PO. But they have more than one PO.
So, I mean, I think it's quite possible that there were different interpretations of what the caseload question, what the answer that we got for the caseload question, but 12 per PO would maybe be what that answer should be interpreted as.
Yeah, I get that. But the whole package for the program is the 800 and something $1,000, but there's only going to be 12 people served within that program at any given time throughout the biennium. Is that right?
Well, perhaps. To Catherine's point, they may be providing additional POs to this program. So for example, Klamath County, they're only requesting a deputy district attorney. We know that they're providing a PO to that position. They're not requesting funding for it, but we know that they're doing that because they would have to, right? Have it for that program. That may be the case in Columbia. We simply don't have enough information. And I think to the underlying point that Catherine's making is that these questions, we're learning as staff that they may not have been the best questions or may not have been phrased in the best way because 12 may not be accurate. We didn't have time to triple or to double check with all of these counties. But yes, that is the information that they provided to us.
Okay, thank you.
I think we can stop sharing and I'll go to the PowerPoint. Maybe. There it is. So we were last looking at scenario 3A and 3B. If I read the room correctly, there was maybe more of an interest in leaning towards 3A because 3B doesn't actually buy much. Is that?
Wait, what happened to? Oh, I guess for some reason you're not sharing quite yet.
Oh, let me try this again.
There. I'm gonna leave the meeting and see if that fixes it. No? Unfortunately.
Oh dear.
Let me try to rejoin without. No, I'm just trying to get in. I am not sharing.
Do you see this though on your slide? Or
Do
you wanna
see it on your
exit
smaller
meeting?
screen?
If I exit the recording, will stop.
Oh,
I can try to share.
sure.
Okay.
Nothing. Can we boot Catherine?
I can leave. I've already left.
Yeah, you
Get rid of
did.
it. I spent the entire meeting not in the meeting. I was just physically hidden. Yeah, that's from your master page.
Sorry, please bear with us just for a moment. Okay, there we go. All right. The last I heard, we were looking at funding scenario 3A and 3B. And based on what I just said in the reception, I'm guessing that I was wrong in the interpretation of how the room was feeling. So
you're asking the room for to preference 3A or 3B?
yes.
So 1B is its thing.
Oh, 1B is still there. So my understanding is that 1B is the conditional if the commission.
Commissioner doesn't take that money and
Right.
put it, okay, okay, very good.
So yes, so my request to the grant review committee right now is to choose between 3A and 3B.
As painful as it is to say it with so many Lane County people in the room.
Right, 3B for me.
3A.
Okay. We could do just a vote. Okay. So, let me structure this motion correctly because there's some conditionality to it. So if I get this wrong, please interject. So first and foremost, you are recommending that $680,000 in unspent justice reinvestment funding be allocated to the competitive grant award. And then if the commission accepts that recommendation, and I'm waving my hand a little at the 680,000, we have an exact figure. Then if they accept that, then I guess I'll go with 3A because it's alphabetically. Then you will, let's see, fund scenario 3A, which is only funding core, contributing and supporting personnel, with the remainder amount of the funding to Washington County for either training or the probation officer. Okay. So then I will go ahead and do a roll call vote. So DA Furlow.
Yes.
Chief Administrative Officer Lisa Norton.
I'm sitting here racking my brain and I can't decide. Can you go to somebody else? This is a
Sure.
hard call.
Executive Director Stewart.
Am I saying 3A or 3B?
This is for 3A. We might yet have a vote for 3B. Was that a no?
Yes, that was a no.
Okay. Director Gowirian.
I don't like these choices, Ian,
I don't either.
just for the record. Can I ask a question first?
Sure.
So as we decided, getting to these scenarios, right? Did we eliminate the all jail from the rest of the counties?
Yes.
Okay. That helps. So yes on scenario 3A. And
Okay.
with a comment that of the county that's listed there, that is part of the core personnel under the rest of the
Noted.
county criteria. Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Commissioner Ozero.
Yeah.
Okay. Sheriff Morrissey O'Donnell.
3A, yes.
Okay. So just by a strict, oh no. Chief Administrative Officer Lisa Norton.
I'm gonna go yes.
Yes, okay. So that is 4-1. Unless I'm instructed to do another motion that does complete the decisions that we need to make today.
And we hope for some pocket change swirling around.
We absolutely can hope. Yes.
Oh, quash the hope.
Okay, that is everything that we had prepared. Thank you very much for the time, for the consideration, for everything. I know this is not a fun day, so I really do appreciate all the work that you all have done with this. So with that, I think we're adjourned since Senator Przonski's not here to close us out. So
Thank you, Ian. I appreciate it. Thank you all.
Thanks, everyone.
Lisa, at some point in time, it'd be
Thanks,
fun to get
everyone.
together and talk. Nate, it'd be fun to get together and talk at some point in time as well. I think you and I have
Yes, for sure.
overlapping
I'd like that
interests.
a lot. And Representative Conrad, I had sent Director Hyde's response to Ian on your request of the types of learning, the visual learning.
I saw that, and I'll do a reply and include you on that as well.
Okay.
So thank you for doing that so quickly. I appreciate it.
And actually, before we go, sorry, before we sign off, this was implicit in the motion, but I want to actually get a vote on this. So if the commission rejects the 680,000 to go into competitive, is it fund scenario 1B? So Patty Perlow,
Yes.
Lisa Norton,
Yes.
Sarah Stewart,
Yes.
okay, Nate,
I'm sorry, could you put 1B
Yeah.
back up there?
sure can.
I'm going to vote nay on that, just given my
Okay.
previous comments.
Commissioner Ozero,
Yes.
okay, Sheriff Morrissey O'Donnell, sorry, Sheriff, we didn't hear that.
No, I'm here. This is a tough one. I'm gonna vote no on that.
Okay. We still do have a majority, right?
Did you do this?
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yes. Okay. Okay, so that is everything that I need. You know what? I'm gonna ask for one more motion. Could we get a motion to where if staff notices a financial discrepancy, that we have some leeway in making some changes, like if need be, we could do for example, a 2% haircut if we see that our financial tool is broken in some way that we haven't yet caught. Would a universal cut be okay? Or
Somebody already took a 50%.
Fair enough.
The cut seems kind of big, thanks.
I don't anticipate that we'll need it, but I would like the leeway.
Also move, Ian.
Lisa, was that you?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll second that motion.
Okay, and universal haircut?
Just find us more money, Ian, would you?
Yeah, quit cutting, grow the hair.
Okay, fair enough. So, sorry, just one more time to go around. So a universal haircut if needed. Hopefully we won't need it. DA Perlow?
No.
Fair enough. Lisa Norton?
Yes.
Sarah Stewart?
Yes.
Nate Gaviran?
Yes.
Commissioner Ojero?
Yes.
Sheriff Morrissey O'Donnell?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Now I
For the
promise I have
record, next
everything that I need.
biennium, can we just do like Hunger Games? It feels like it's gonna be easier and less gut wrenching.
I'll talk with my bosses.
Okay,
Actually, I wonder if the commission could take that up. What do you think, Commissioner Norton?
happy to bring that forward as my first order of business for sure.
Okay.
So Ian,
Thanks, everyone.
can I just ask a question for clarity? Our recommendation is first the delineation of that. I think it was 1B or 2B.
3A.
3A.
For EA, thank you.
Yes.
That's our strong recommendation. And then if they reject the 680 going to the competitive, then we're going with 1B as
Correct.
a recommendation. Okay. Thank you.
Yep. Any other questions? Okay. Well, thank you, everyone.
You're welcome. Thank you all.